Good evening, everybody. How's it going? We're back with another show. I hope that new introduction at the end didn't give you too many frights. I know when I was making it just before the show started that I thought, well, you know what? Everyone's used to the original. Maybe this will give you a little scare. So yeah, that's just my sixth sense of humour coming out there. Anyway, we're joined by Joci. Joci, how's it going, my friend?
Well, hello. I'm doing well, thank you. Very well. And you?
Yeah, not too bad. Well, I say not too bad. I've got to have surgery, unfortunately. Just one of those things. I've had a problem for a while. Anyway, I went and got it checked out, and yeah, so they told me that I'm going to have surgery. So there we go. One of those things. Put me out of action for a few weeks, but it won't keep me down forever. It's just a little hernia. Nothing more.
Well, I hope everything is okay then. You will just need to a bit of rest and maybe a week or two of rehabilitation, and then you will be better than new.
Yeah, it's apparently it's some keyhole surgery or something, so it shouldn't be too detrimental. Let's put it that way. But about, like I say, it's called a hiatal hernia. It's where part of your stomach actually gets dislodged or moved, and it goes up and it breaks through your chest, between your chest and your belly button. And I've got this. Yeah, it's not good. But I've had it for about a year, and I've just been having issues with it, and finally decided to get it checked out, and yeah, that's what it is, unfortunately.
Any pain?
Yeah, it started to be painful in the past couple of months, I'd say, but it's got worse in the last week, for sure. So,
right in time then.
Yeah, just right in time. But I've had it at least a year. I've just not told anybody about it. You know, one of those things.
Yeah, it's personal. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, just one of those things. Anyway, right. Let's not dwell on that too much. Let me say a few hellos to some people that are in firstly, and then before we get on with the show. So, hello, hang on, wait a minute. Oh, we have got a super chat. Hang on, where are we? From Darwin, a $5, doesn't say what it is. I assume it's, oh, here we go. Yeah, it's a $5 sticker. So, wow, that was ages ago. That was 4 hours ago. Thank you very much, Darwin, for the super sticker. Much appreciated there, mate. Right, so Joci, you were in as well. Ian Adams, Sean Hawkins, Colin Dresser, nice to see you in, fella. Mike Dornan, nice to see you in. James Mays says good evening, Ranty and all. Tim Burns, the mind of God. Hey, if you fancy joining, mate, let us know. We'll bring you on. Payge, nice to see you in as well. If you want to join, bring you on. And many more. I've been noticing as well that a lot of the viewing figures are down for a lot of the channels recently. I think Nathan today on his live show had just 150, which I think is the lowest I've ever seen him for at least a year. But I think that's down to something to do with the algorithms. They've changed it somehow. It's like people aren't getting notifications that you're live. Your red icon isn't showing up next to your name. Have you noticed anything like that? Yes, Ranty, I have. Joci, are you there, mate?
I'm really smart. I was talking with muted microphone.
Okay.
You know, one of the things.
Normally that's Rude Earther that's doing that. Oh dear me. So yeah, have you noticed that? Anything with these notifications not coming through?
Yeah, I noticed that. Also, again, some channels I was unsubscribed. Again, not promoted. Yeah, I think they change algorithm, and I have a really funny thing about algorithm. I saw on the channel before, what was the Dr. Rodrigo? He's in Globusters channel.
Oh, yeah.
So he made a short video, and it's about a new algorithm, and whatever number you type in Google, and you add new case, you get how many corona new cases of coronas are. You can try it.
Oh yeah, I think somebody sent me that. Well, hang on, let me just see. It was Walt Flat Earth. Walt Flat Earth Head. So he's part of Iron Realm Media, and he sent me that. It was a Twitter from Verum Bellator. Hang on, let's see if I can bring that up. Let's have a look over here. So I'll drag this over to show the audience. I better share screens with you guys actually, so you can see what I'm presenting. Be easy enough. Share screens. There you go. Right, so you should see this tweet now. So Verum Bellator, I'm going to blow your mind right now. Type in any 3-digit number, then new cases on Google. Okay, so let's try that. So I don't know, 250 new cases. Okay, Germany registers close to 250 new coronavirus cases. Okay, let's see. Let's change that to 255. Michigan reports 255 new cases.
And you can play this game all day long.
275. Okay, so Iowa reports 275. That's quite funny, actually.
Ranty, try 666.
Oh no, really? 666.
Arizona.
Ukraine. I'm sorry, Ukraine, but you've caught the coronavirus bad. 666 cases.
Yeah.
That's ruthless. Ruthless.
I
Mind the God as well.
posted-
How are you doing?
Good, man. Somebody else recommended we do this. I don't know if you guys know about Gregory Manarino, a financial guy. He told us to do this today, and it's crazy. Like, put in this random number of cases. So word's getting around.
You were saying there, Joci. Sorry, I cut you off there. I didn't mean to.
No problem. I posted a link to the Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes or what his name is in the chat here on Skype. You can watch it later because it's it's 7-8 minutes. Yeah, it is all about this.
Okay, well, I've just popped it up on screen for everyone to see. I'm not going to play it, but what I'll do is I will share the link so that everyone's got that, so that if they decide to go back and watch that, there they go. Oh, and subscribe as well. I think he needs more subscribers. I think he's only got 2,000, odd is it? 2,850 subscribers. That's Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes. I'm subscribed. I've got his bell notification as well. Yeah, he puts out good work, good decent work. So good channel to go to and subscribe if you haven't already. So there we go.
But Ranty, I got to ask you something, man. With this number generator, have you changed your position on any of this stuff, like what's going on with Corona or that kind of thing? What do you think?
I think that the effects are absolutely real with what we've actually gone through.
Yeah.
I think that them turning around and saying that every case that's died, or people or the person that's had it has died of corona, I think that's wrong, because I've seen many people, even locally, reporting the same thing, that that their husband or whatever was dying of something else, or had died of something else, and yet they had it down as corona on their certificate. I think it was a post about 3 days ago from somebody locally as well that said that that they were kicking off real bad.
Right.
But yeah, and I think that's all to do with what they've put in place. So who knows what went down in China? Who knows what really went down in China, whether we got what they got or what have you. But it certainly seems that this has blown over rather quickly.
Yeah. Did you hear Trump call it Kung Flu?
Kung flu.
At one of his recent rallies, dude. Like, and you know, with the George Floyd thing, now that they're attributing it to other things that we know are hoaxes, like it's starting to be kind of obviously trolly at this point. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
There was a stabbing in the UK. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that, but I bet it's barely registered with you guys even in the US. Let's see if I can bring that up. Let me just find it. I think 3 people died. 3 people were stabbed to death here in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that.
So let's get it up. So. Trying to get where it says who he is.
David Gregory's asking, can someone explain what purpose faking a virus serves?
Well, look at all the powers that they've implemented, and to be fair, it's like as much as anything, it's like a test run for them, you know. Because think of all the data that they can gather. How much data was used per household on the internet? How much electricity was used? How much water was used? Who was buying what crops? Who was storing? Who was buying food? Who wasn't buying food? Who went and bought this, that, and the other from the shops? Because it'll all be itemized, you know, unless you paid in cash. So they'll have all that information, you know, who was transferring money out of the country, who wasn't, you know. Yeah, so basically it was this, apparently it was a Muslim guy that did it. But have you heard about this here in the UK? Sorry, in America?
No, what's the story on that?
So, I think 6 people were stabbed. So in Reading, there were 6 people stabbed. 3 of them have died. 3 of them are injured. And apparently the guy came from Libya, and he was a Libyan national or whatever, or he resided here for a time anyway. But he was a Muslim. Yeah. He was a Muslim guy, and yet it was white people that he killed. So he's a black Muslim guy that stabbed 3 people to death, and we're not rioting here. You know, we're not rioting.
Right. Dude, Muslims get a bad rap in the news for many, many years. It's kind of chilled out. Now it looks like it's flaring up again. So there's a lot of groups that get targeted by the media for whatever reason.
Well, to be honest, really, the media have been covering a lot. We didn't get report. I think for 2018 there were 2,000 every day, 2,000 attacks, which media in whole world, which media didn't covered. So every day 2,000 attacks.
Joci, quick question. Roughly what percentage do you think the media is real? Like just ballpark. If you were to guess, like if you add up all the news clippings, what percent do you think is actually a real event?
Around 5.
Yeah, me too. I would pick that.
Well, it's the information they want you to see, isn't it? So,
right.
You know, I mean, they can make any information, they can put any spin on any story, you know?
Yeah, but the sad thing is, Ranty, most of the time, they just get package, you know? And they don't even care. Sometimes they read the script, you know, like verbatim. It is horrible, really.
Anyway, guys, listen. I was gonna. If you got something to say, Mind of God, go ahead.
No, the memes, dude. I'm excited, man. This is the knockout blow, right? Like, all we can do is laugh and put pictures in their face because they don't want to do math. They don't want to look at optics. So you got to give them what they ask for. So go ahead. Sorry.
So I have on screen here the first meme of about 150 that I've actually got. So we'll see whether we get anywhere close to showing all of these this evening. But here on screen we have some past civilizations which appear to depict how they believed the Earth to be. With well, how would you explain it? How would you explain it there, Mind of God?
Sorry, what was the question, Ranty? I was reading the chat. Sorry about that.
It's the meme. It's the meme. How would you explain these images on screen? When we look at these civilizations in the past, and this is how they presented it to their civilization. This is how they drew it. This is how they believed that everything was. What's different about every other civilization that's gone in the past to the one we have now?
You know what's crazy, dude? I didn't know about the middle one, the Arabic one, in the Quran, that it was that specific language. So I've seen other verses that talk about the sun and the moon going in, in an orbit, in a path, and that kind of thing, which are, evidence of flat Earth. But I didn't realize the language is that strong in the Quran as well. But yeah, either one group is being deceived in the past, or we're being deceived now. So everybody's free to sort of decide who's been deceiving, and then maybe why.
And Joci, what when you look at this, why do you think this triggers the Globers when they see stuff like this?
Because it goes against their religion, and they don't have any proof for it. For religion, I mean. They just believe in the ball and space, infinite space, and they don't think anything. Because in our reality, what we observe, what we can photograph, there's no connection with globe moving in space. So I don't really know.
Well,
Ranty, can I word it a little differently? Is that it means that their body of science has a start date. They can't say that their body of science continues from these, civilizations, and then so that would need to be, understood. Why all of a sudden, did such an abrupt transition and understanding take place? And I can just sense they're getting frustrated right now with you putting that on the screen.
You know it.
They're seething.
You know it because I have been putting some memes out on my channel, on my community post, and I think I've done 4 or 5 now. And without going into too much detail, I would say that probably only 5% of flat earthers have commented, but the likes have been quite high, 50, 60, 70, on the like scale. So I'm assuming that's from flat earthers, but they just don't feel the need to comment. But yet, the 95% of people that have commented have been losing their mind over this shit.
I like them, Ranty. I like them with both of my accounts, just so you know. But yeah, let's go, man. I like it.
And it's like, okay, you can just present one image right now. For whatever reason, they get all het up over it. Okay. So what are they going to say? Are they going to say the Mayans, the Hindus, the Norse, the Incas, the Hebrews, the Egyptians? They were all wrong?
Yeah, very spiritual people too. Come on, like we have to understand all these people. What purpose we'd have to understand why are they lying? Why would they do that to their own people? And did they must have had sort of a check and balance as well. And then so if people trust the checks and balances that are in place right now, seeing that our president's calling a Kung Flu virus, I mean, I don't know what to say to these people. It's crazy. It's just insane, really.
That's actually quite funny.
I don't know.
David Gregory's in the chat saying it doesn't trigger us, but he said that a few times actually on my community posts. It doesn't trigger us. Well, why? If it's not triggering you, why are you feeling the need to comment that it's not triggering you?
Yeah, exactly. But Ranty, the fact that they get angry proves that it's true, in my opinion, right? Like, why? If people kept showing us a ball over and over, we don't get angry or whatever. Like, oh man, obviously in these debates it kind of bugs us a little bit, but I don't know.
Oh dear me. Right, okay, so I'm going to go to the next one now. Here we go. So I'm not too sure which one this is. Okay, so if you believe you're on a giant spinning ball, then you believe you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, going 66,600 miles per hour around the sun in a yearly orbit of 580 million miles, while the solar system goes around the galaxy at 480,000 miles per hour, whilst the galaxy goes around the Great Attractor at 2.2 million miles per hour, and that Great Attractor is 100 quadrillion times bigger than our sun. All that motion while travelling at 19.2 billion miles in a year, and Polaris stays put year after year, and we don't feel a thing. You're right. Flat Earth is so stupid.
Ranty, they like think about a sunset. They actually believe that some object in the distance is rising up to our line of sight to block the bottom of the sun. Really? Like we literally, the water's like coming up and then blocking. Like really? So Fall Earth is a meme.
Can I say a meme real quick here? So, can y'all hear me first?
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, hello.
RTH, what's up?
Hey,
man?
what up?
Right there.
Here, so everybody's like, oh, why? What's the mask about? Why am I here? I'm gonna highlight exact. If you had a kid right now, Animal Farm, you tell them A is good, right? Then you say A is bad. So they get all fucked up in the head, and they just get to the point where they just look at you and wait for you to tell them what's right or wrong, because they don't want to do anything because they're upset. So here, this is from a year ago, July 18, 2019. Portland considers anti-mask law aimed at Antifa violence. They literally were making a law that you cannot wear a mask. Fast forward a year, they are making a law that you have to wear a mask. It's just making it so ridiculous that they're just like, well, if we can get them to do this, they'll do anything. And that's the point.
Literally, yeah, they can, for sure.
So yeah,
it's so dumb. Really, like people think that a mask is going to like prevent anything from happening. Like that's who oh my gosh. Like, you gotta admit, whoever came up with this, like the script writer for The World has a sense of humor. Obviously, but he
funny. Started like, this wouldn't have worked in like 100 years ago, right? They'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not putting that diaper on my face, but what they had to do was they had to slowly like demoralize people and slowly turn them into these like just pathetic losers that are just like, oh, I got to put the mask on. Okay. And you're just like, wow, bro, like what happened to humans? We were like in a cage. You ever see a tiger that's been in a cage for like 15 years and it's just broken spiritually? Like that's people right now. They've just been caged and controlled for so long that their spirit is broken.
Right ahead. You should be a motivational speaker. I listened to what you said to Arwen, and it just builds everybody's self-esteem, dude. That was epic.
Bro, wait, you want to hear the best part? Yeah. I heard he showed up the next day with notes.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's good.
Good.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. No. Hey, I mean, it's notes is where it's at, bro. You come in with some like things written down, and like I have some another thing I wanted to actually wrote down earlier that I want. Since we're talking about like not to change subjects on you guys, but think about how they fake everything, right? So it was something as small as like diamonds. Right, we can make diamonds right now, right? We call them qubits. Or we actually they're diamonds. They're not fucking qubits or zirconia. We make diamonds. Now, I believe that there was a previous civilization that was better than ours. What if there are no natural diamonds, right? What if every gemstone was just left over from these previous civilizations, and they have to explain this? They're like, oh shit, people go finding a diamond. They're gonna be like, what the hell is this thing? Who made this? Right? So then they come up with this whole, oh yeah, they were just been here for thousands and billions of years. And it's just a lie. It's so easy to make up a story. Poof, there you go. Diamonds invented.
Wait, I gotta say something about somebody in the chat. WS is like the shape hasn't been proven. There's no proof been offered on either side. I'm sorry. So don't. I'm
pretty sure that's a Sean Hawkins stock account possibly.
Okay. Yeah, so that let's not get silly here. These memes though are very, very strong evidence, and if people look at these memes and don't question their reality, then they're just literally they're not human, in my opinion.
Can you read what that says?
Which one? You got a new one?
Yeah, I've got one on screen now. Yeah. Well,
I'm watching the YouTube watch page, and the coughs and sneezes.
Yeah. So it says coughs and sneezes outlawed in the UK. Tough penalties imposed on anyone who fails to obey.
That might be a real headline, man. You never know. That could be prophetic.
But
that's the thing. It will be a real headline. Just give it time.
I made this up, obviously, but it was. Let me tell you what it said. It says, the UK today released tough new measures designed to slow the spread of the coronavirus. Sneeze and you get a £125 fine for the first offence. Coughing is allowed once per day with a fine of £200 for the second cough. And then I go on to just clarify that it is a joke by saying, Flat Earther, Ranty, known by channel name Ranty, was quick to slam, and then it just cuts off.
But Ranty, you never know, man. In the new economy, if your immune system's weak, the system just weeds you out. So you never know. They could flip it, make it into a business.
I suppose it is kind of maybe possible.
And everything's on the table, in my opinion, these days, dude. Like, you cannot predict what's going to happen the next day. It's insane.
Crazy. The memes are only possible because of how ridiculous everything is. Like, this is, I remember as a TMoG, I was like, you ever wonder why there's like no jokes in the Bible? Like, because jokes only come when something is so stupid, right? Like, you make a joke, oh, I got to go outside. Well, let me go get my fireman mask. Like, you can't make a joke about reality because it's fucking real and there's nothing, nothing to poke fun of. Yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the whole idea that we're making fun of, when are they going to make fun of us? Oh, they believe exactly what they see. Yeah, right. We do.
Yeah, that's true. I do think God has a sense of humor, but yeah, I get your point, broadly speaking, that there has to be a reason for these memes to have even this effect on the ballers, like Ranty's getting at. If there has to be truth in it, that kind of thing, for sure.
See this one on screen? Well, you see it, looking through a periscope. 9, it's behind the curvature. Who did a thing on that? Was it Taboo Conspiracy, who did the periscope trying to fire on a boat?
No, I haven't seen that. Is that a new video?
Oh, it's kind of an old one. It's maybe a year and a half old now. I'll have to dig it up and for you to have a look at. But yeah, here's the next one. What do you think?
Did you watch Ruhif's video on refraction? I just couldn't stomach it, dude. My stomach started turning. So
he sent me a message. Actually, he's just sent me a message. Hang on, let me just tell you what he said. Why are we so triggered by them? ? And then the answer: because we thought you were smarter than Riley. Thanks, Ruhif. Cheers for that. Maybe if you want to join the panel and tell us why, when we make a meme like what's on the screen right now, why you think that isn't, appropriate for the situation we find ourselves in.
Meanwhile, in Australia, that's a good one, dude. That's funny. That's crazy, dude. I get embarrassed watching them though, because I believe that at one point, so it's like humbling. Sorry, go ahead.
You know how they're always like, hey, you guys need like the math, right? Like they want us to give them a model. Like I came up with it like today, right? I was like, yo, we have the model, right? It's there. They have the calculator. They have all the work is done. We just got to switch it from curve to refraction. Like it's a refraction calculator. Bam, done. Right? Yeah, at 600, at a mile, at 10 feet, refraction will hide X amount of a building. And that's all you got to do.
That's true. I mean, even people ask about a map. I mean, we have maps. All the flight maps path. That's the beginning. So there's quite a bit out there. The extent of the dome or whatever's covering us and all that would be the difficult thing, and then understanding the sun and the moon. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff they would just be presenting to us with a curve, but what's underneath of it, the underpinning, would be the flat Earth. So
yeah, the curve is just the name of the calculator. It's not what's actually happening. We can call that calculator the refraction calculator. It'll work just as good. It'll give us the same predictions, all the information. Everything will be exactly the same. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be Earth curve. It just has to be refraction.
We also have Google Earth. If you do the cross section, it always shows flat Earth.
This is the orientation. Like, right? Say we get drones, and you take, because if you look at all pictures, they happen on like a flat plane. The orientation is our head to the sky. If you piece all of those together, you can never get a ball, because there would never be any angular tilt of the world, So if everybody is just taking pictures of orientation, like this is like the number one ball Earth killer, is that in reality, there's no curve, right? Like, because there's no orientation change. And that is paramount to living on a ball. You have to have that change in orientation.
Correct.
Or else you're on a flat plane. So
that's the easiest way to prove the ball Earth. They could just put one of those gyros on a boat and sail it and then video it and then it's over. Like it's so simple to prove it.
Yeah, line of
If they
sight.
wanted
Like if you had drones that had line of sight of each other in a straight parallel line, and they were parallel altitude, that disproves the globe, because you can't have drones on a straight horizontal that is flat and level, right? And then the Earth also be flat and level underneath, because they would need to curve. You would have to have the outermost drones be lower than the innermost drone, right? You get what I'm saying? So if all these drones are in a straight line and all the numbers work out, ball Earth is just proven right there. So it would take like I know it would happen. Line of sight is a term that nobody likes to use because it disproves refraction, and that we don't see in curved lines, we see in straight lines. We see in direct path. That's how we see. So if you just did that to me, I think that's like, do the math on it. How much straightness, how big of an area would you need to prove was perfectly flat and level before they can't say fuck?
They're literally, we've made suggestions like that, and this makes sense if they're defending a lie, that they cannot allow a straight line to be made anywhere on Earth that's tangible, because then that would prove the flat Earth. So they'll say, oh no, it's not straight. You can't make a drone go in straight lines. You can't have a truly straight line with a laser. Fill in the blanks, right? That's all. Then that's all they're allowed to say, which proves that Earth is flat.
We are asking Globe members to tell us from what height we should take a picture of a boat, and when the boat will disappear in advance. We never get the answer. And hello, Cleary.
Yeah, because it could.
Hey, Joci, what's up?
All good, mate.
Hey, it seems like the Globehead's model is Google Earth. But when you look at the ball on there, all you see is 9,000 miles worth of globe. But then you go in there and start using the tools on elevation, and all the topography is flat. And I've never seen a topographical map that shows any curvature at all. It's kind of interesting.
In fact, that is their problem, because they ask me, where is the flat Earth map? Okay, go slowly. Where is the globe map? Because all maps I saw till now in my life, and whatever maps for planes, for the ships, or flat maps. So where is the map of the globe?
Yeah, there is no working model. I can make a flat 3D printed model of the any state in the United States, and I could model the water flow of the rivers on that flat model based on the elevation above sea level. But they can't do that on a globe. They don't have a working globe model.
Exactly, and then you can make another just like that for another state and put them together, and everything will work in reality.
That's right. Everything would work exactly like it does in reality.
Yeah, and then you can make all the states in USA, put them together, and they will still all work in reality. So what a
coincidence. What a strange coincidence that is. But why is that? Everybody talks about curvature. There's a curvature calculator. There's Google Earth, but there is no physical documentation of any curvature. I mean, you have mountains, you have valleys, you have plains, you have plateaus, but you don't ever have like a domed curve area, and water flows from high elevation to low elevation to sea level. And they want to say it's all about the presupposed center of the Earth, but that's just impossible. When it works, when it's flat, just like you said.
Yeah, and then you have rivers like Nile who cross the equator. How? Because there is no bulge. Yeah.
It's so dumb. Like, it's insanely stupid. It's like lowers our IQ just to have to reverse and explain to them why it's stupid. Like, we have to literally take our smart cap off, put our stupid cap on, and then try and walk them up to smartness. But they
say elevation is not curvature. I'm like, you're exactly right. Elevation is real. It's measured. It's documented. It's proved. But curvature is not. Curvature is an equation on a calculator that Mick West invented, and it has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, this is why I tell them they're in a religion.
What do you think of
Like
this?
everything they believe.
What do you think of this meme on Skype? On Skype. It says, this is what happens to aluminium when a half-ounce piece of plastic hits it at 15,000 miles per hour in space. And you've got this gigantic crater, probably about 3 foot in circumference.
Jeez.
I don't believe that.
We're at risk of that happening every millisecond of the day, right? With stuff interacting with Earth, I guess.
Bro, check this out.
In there.
Listen to this. This is on Reddit. You can go. They said that there's certain stars that are so dense that if you dropped a gummy bear from 6 inches, when it hits, it'll create more energy than like 10 nuclear bombs. And you're just like, how fucking stupid? This is just dumb. It's just a story. You're just like, you're in this fantasy, like your God can do anything, right? Like, that's almost something that God can do. Can God make a gummy bear explode like, TNT? Yeah, of course, he's God. And you're like, we could do that too in the Ball Earth model.
I need to give a shout out to Colin Dresser for another super sticker, $3.99 super sticker. Thank you for the alcoholic coffee, much appreciated there, Colin. Next on screen, this trash went to the moon. What do you think, guys? Do you think that actually went to the moon?
I think they could have even made it look. They could have made it look legit. They could have made it out of like sleek, right? They could have made it had clean lines. They made it look stupid on purpose. Like I'm telling you, man. Like, look at that. It's a joke. I'm telling you. Look,
the balls were huge foil pies.
Tin foil. Why would you wouldn't use sheet metal or something? You're like they get at least. It's just, I'm saying you're idiot. They're just slowly dumbing people down. So when they know they bite on that lure, picture if you had picture you're fishing, right?
I used to make things like this when I was a kid with my mates, and we used to make like a little den in the back over the back fields with pieces of wood and bits of paper and all this kind of stuff. It looked eerily similar to this.
Through that, bro, you can put your foot right through. I guarantee you, if you walked up to that and you just kicked it, your foot would go right through.
Do you reckon it's plastic piping for the legs?
Unbelievable, bro. It's just, look at it. There's no symmetry to it. Like, why is it all oblong? I mean, come on, bro.
What the hell is that, dude?
It looks worse than a car. Like, cars look like they're put together better than this thing. And this is what they're going to be like. Yeah, we went, my Toyota, my girl's got a Toyota. Would that make it to California? And I'm like, this thing looking like that made it to the moon. Get out of here.
Yeah, well, we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
I tell you what, give me £93 million, and I'll make you one. I'll knock it up tomorrow. Go down to B&Q.
Howard Moore's like, goodness, now you're all engineers. Yes, some of us are engineers, but you don't have to be an engineer to know that that's stupid, man. So that's crazy.
Okay, like, yeah, an engineer, bro, you gotta know, like, if you're gonna make a ladder, don't make it out of like thin, wobbly, like shit. Come on, you don't need to be an engineer to know that thing was a turd, right? Like any competent person could be like, yo, why would you build something like that?
It was made for meme night. It was made to be presented on this day on Ranty's channel. That's why it was that stupid. So it's getting its show right now. So.
Oh, hey, we got another one. Would you look at it?
Yeah, fast.
The heck is that?
Have you seen that guy with fast maps?
Look, you don't have to say anything to these Globers. You put this out there, and it kicks them in the ghoulies. This meme kicks them in the ghoulies because you look at it and you just know that he's saying the truth. You know that he's saying the truth. You look at, you can show that to a 5-year-old and they would say exactly, the heck is that?
B-Ball for Life is panicking in the chat, dude. He's telling you to check your Skype like, something's really wrong. So maybe the memes of getting to him, he can just...
Bro.
Put two of them side by side
I'm
so
telling
he
you,
has a meltdown.
It's like when you hear somebody on the street going like, yo, that PlayStation 5's great, and you got the Xbox like gear at home and shit, you're gonna stop and be like, PlayStation sucks, motherfucker, Xbox is the shit. Like, that's what happens, bro. When you're in like this like belief system, bro, you gotta like defend it, man. I'm telling you.
They're so finished, dude. They need to be created by statistics. Like, it freaks them out to entertain any other option, which is very, very strange. But it's crazy.
They've always been triggered by memes.
B-Ball for life, just to let you know. If I get time at the end of the show, I'll show you all memes. He's got memes that are anti-flat Earth memes. They should be interesting, actually. So I say before the end of the show. I'll do it before the end of the show. I will. So I'll
Yeah,
put
we can
some of yours
debunk
up.
each one of those. That would be actually a fun game if you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd be interested.
Yeah, we could destroy them. Like, we could make them into a Ball Earth meme. We could reverse them.
Meme wars. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's do a few more of these, and then I'll bring a couple of his up, and we'll take it from there.
Are
Here we
you
go.
sure though, dude? Man, the ballers are gonna check themselves into the hospital, Ranty. They're already struggling with Corona, dude. You sure you want to do this? I mean, go for it. It's your channel, but I feel bad for them. Really, this is horrible.
I think the one thing on here that the two things on here, we've got gravity and don't reproduce. Things that parrots say. That's one of the put downs that they say to us, guys. Don't reproduce. Don't have kids. Is that all you've got?
Jeez.
Bring something other than things like this,
That's literally their best arguments on that one meme. Those 6 things.
Let's go back and have a look. Let's have a look. So, gravity, inertia, NASA has pictures, don't fall off the edge, Coriolis effects, and learn some physics. So that's what the Globers parrot religiously. Yeah.
Let me.
You got to
let's look
throw.
at
You
each
don't
one of those.
understand in there.
Oh,
Let's look at
yeah.
each
You
one
don't
of those.
understand. That's
Gravity,
classic.
gravity, they say is action at a distance, which is absurd. Inertia, they believe literally we're on a perpetual motion machine. They tell us to learn physics, but they never do any practical experiments at all. Don't fall off the edge. Fair enough. That might be something somebody would worry about. Coriolis is just insane. Like, they think that the Earth, I guess, is moving in lockstep with the atmosphere, which is preposterous. So, I mean, that's...
I've seen Coriolis effect when a bomber drops bombs. The bombs never go straight down because the plane's moving, but, nothing else is moving.
I mean, you hover a drone over the Earth, they genuinely believe one side of that drone is experiencing a force to keep it, moving. That's crazy. That's literally insane to believe that. They couldn't quantify that and stuff. So, I mean, yeah. There's not much for the ball these days.
That next one that Randy had I seen, it's not even a meme, bro. This one just painful for them. Not this. Yeah, that's just painful. It's not even funny.
Well, this.
Oh, they're gonna get even more powerful than this.
Come
Dude,
on,
this is
man.
Nice.
Look at that. What do you say to that? You go, yeah, but it's a really big ball. Okay, look at that thing. It doesn't matter how big it is. A big old drop of water on that, it wouldn't just squash down, roll off to the sides.
Yeah, if water lays flat, can't you extrapolate that out to a larger area? When would it ever been?
In their religion, bro, I'm telling you, this is why they'll say, oh, you don't have any evidence. There's our evidence right there. This is not even evidence. This is proof. This is 100% proof and demonstratable.
In their model, you can't have straight anywhere, and it makes sense. You can't even have a meter of perfectly flat water, because that is contradictory to their model. So that's a horrible position to be in, much less 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles.
What about when you have a long valley? That's total anti-curve. It's got to be made up somewhere. The curvature rate is reversed in a long valley, like the Continental Divide.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, let's bring the next one up. This is a good one. No words necessary, I don't think. What have we got there, guys?
It's 10 feet from where it's going to be finally resting.
Yeah.
You just pull it up a little. The crane just goes out a little higher. That's it.
I think this might have been taken from the one that didn't make the launch.
The company that launches those is called KSAT. They launch those at the Antarctic, and just like the Tesla's Apple, the wind currents, try to take it around. It's called a trolling satellite, and it's on a balloon, and it actually ends up in Greenland eventually. They all do.
Those would not be real. That would not be a thing. If there was real satellites, you would not make that thing. Like I'm sorry, that would, that's just, there would be no need. You wouldn't need it.
Yeah,
They
it's
only
just-
made that
what is
because
that?
you need it. Invention, necessity is the mother of invention. They couldn't get something to magically fall around, so this is what they did: suspended from a balloon that could be demonstrated.
Yeah, but they have 7 or more balloon programs. So where are the satellites then?
Yeah, if there were satellites, why is there a Hurricane Hunter airplane out there flying over the hurricane? Why can't they take satellite images of it?
Yep.
Right, should we
I
have
mean,
a
there
look?
are these trolling satellites.
The strongest evidence I have against satellites is I did a full 4-year electrical engineering program and never learned about satellites once. So I don't think that they were. It was a while ago, but you would think that would be a full class. Like
Well,
something.
Marconi bounced those radio waves off the ionosphere. That's exactly what they're doing when you receive a signal for your television on the dish. It's the same thing. They're bouncing that signal up and down.
Well, for me, the strongest evidence is because just in USA they launch 400 balloons 2 times a day. So definitely no satellites.
Another one on the screen. I'm just going to stop you right there. I don't speak brainwashed. Oh, that is a good one. Yeah, guys, should we have a go at some of these anti-flat Earth ones for a minute?
Yeah, we'd kill them.
Okay, here we go. So this is first one. Gotta love this solar eclipse. That's the meme that they've got.
And
This is what's so stupid.
Yeah, and coming from Globers who drill maximum 8 miles, right? So they clearly know what is inside the Earth.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's many issues with that representation.
We're not on a pancake. Nobody in this room thinks we live on a mile thick Snickers bar.
What do you think it's resting on? Anybody? Do you think we're literally like suspended in? I don't know. Nothing, I guess.
We're on
My-
the basement of the universe.
My vision is like we are, like I have aquarium, we are aquarium for another being.
Interesting. Okay.
Hmm.
But that's in their paradigm that they think that physicality is producing that shadow or whatever. So they're using their nonsense and projecting their stupidity on our real understanding, and so that's yeah.
Yeah, that's their big. Oh, shadows on the moon. That proves it's a ball. I'm like, a dark spot's not a shadow. Like those are two totally different things. A shadow is an object with a light source. A dimming of something, or a dark spot's not a shadow. So it just shows you their brainwashing and how just desperate. They're just desperate for, they're just parroting basically what it is. They're just, these are their Psalms chapter 4, the shadows on the moon. Prove ball earth. That's their.
Yeah.
You're going to enjoy these next two. So here we have, I think this was taken from drone footage. I think it was one of the Globers that did it. So this is, at least I think that's what it was. And this is an image obviously taken from the drone. Here we've got the horizon, and on the next screen you're going to see what they've done with it. So they've squished the photo, squished it to give this apparent curvature there.
Yeah. Evolve for Life does that. He takes an image tilted and then he compresses it down like that, and it looks like it's curved.
Yeah, that's his ball earth proof. So
Yeah, this is the only proof they will get.
I would
when
say,
I lean
that's
over
probably
and-
their best one.
That's Photoshop tricks. You know what I mean? That's because the curve of the lens is going to create a slight curve of everything it picks up, and you're only just manipulating and then exasperating that. So you're not proving that the Earth is curved. You're proving that you can get this line, these pixels to curve. Okay,
Yeah.
just because that's the totally different thing. Showing me a picture, right, and then saying, "Look at this curve in the picture," and then going outside and saying there's curve there. And it's two totally different things.
Yeah, if you pan over and do that and then make them contiguous, then that would have to show a constant dropping from left to right. So
Look like an
that
M.
would prove- Yeah,
It
that
just
would
fills
prove
the
that it's
camera.
not an artifact.
But it's just
And that-
it's just a field of view, guys. Listen, if you are in a drone and you go quarter, you take four images in a full 360 as you turn around, yeah, you're gonna be capturing a quarter of an arc because you've got a field of view. You've got a distance that you can see on any given day. So if we go back to the original image and we just say, okay, on this particular day, he had visibility that was able to see 30 miles. Anything beyond 30 miles, the visibility wasn't clear enough for him to see 30 miles. Well, you being in the center is going to give you a field of view, and your field of view is going to be a circle. So if you're taking this image, this snapshot of a quarter of 90 degrees, you are going to capture it, not in a straight line, you're going to capture it slightly arced.
Yeah. The 2 points on the left are further away from the person taking the image. Right?
Yeah, you can see farther straight on in every position. So it's always going to be a longer distance straight in the middle as you turn around in a circle. So you're going to have that arc like Ranty's talking about.
Just silly. What's this next one? I've not seen this one. Gleem sun elevation. This is obviously something for Gleem to look into then. I don't know why he sent me that, to be honest, because there's no meme in that, mate. Seriously. Right, if you're not going to bring memes up, it's time for us to bring the memes back. Hehehe. Right, next one. How'd you like this one, boys?
What the
Planet
heck
X
is
It's
that?
Waterworld, bro. Look at that, Waterworld. I'm telling you, that movie was awesome.
Yeah.
Who produced that?
I have no idea.
Is that a Spielberg? Oh, come on, man. Who believed that?
People believe they live on
The
that.
fucking solar panels are bent. Look at that. The solar panels are bending.
How high up is ISS anyway? I mean, my God, is it not 2 millimeters above this beach ball, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said? You don't
That
see
Earth
curvature.
is tiny.
We live on
insane.
Soundly's world.
Yeah, exactly. I see Pontchartrain actually. If you zoom in a bit, Ranty, I see people walking on it.
If anybody, if you ever watched Dragon Ball Z, where they used to die, they would go to this small little planet, and you can like run around it in like 5 minutes. Like that's what that is,
That's what it would be, yeah.
start to finish.
The clouds look photoshopped too. I mean, that just looks.
The whole fucking thing looks photoshopped.
Yeah, that's just really bad.
I bet
The
there's...
cloud pattern is so consistent everywhere.
Is that cloud there a repeat of that but turned the upside down? That looks like a mirror image of that. I mean, I'm just speculating here. Let me zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, let's see.
But this one here, if you turned it the other way around, flipped it around, it looks like this. I'm going to take a print screen of that and have a look. So I'll do
You're just being
that.
paranoid, Ranty. Just believe it, dude. What issue do you have with this, man? Like, just believe it, man. Suck it up. That's crazy. They think people are literally just working on this floating, like, out of the ISS, just kind of looking around, looking at the Earth. God.
Is that B-ball for life?
What do you mean NASA is fake? Exactly. I love that monkey image. It is so funny.
That's crazy, dude.
That's a baby orangutan, I'm sure of it.
Well, they believe we evolved from that, right?
Do they? Get out of it.
I mean, like,
Get
no, I mean,
out of it. No, not really.
No, actually, they believe there's a common ancestor that both us and the monkey evolved from. I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
Oh.
So actually,
But you know,
we
but
come
right the hand.
we
You know
come
how they
from
do
the
those.
monkey.
you know how they do those fast forwarding pictures on Facebook and Instagram where you see how much older you are, you know, like 50 years from now. It's like, that's a baller in reverse time order if we go back far enough. That could be Sean Hawkins. Eventually.
Yeah, it'd just be a pool of water.
Right. That's sick, dude. I don't know. I guess they have the squishy images and then the NASA stuff for now. That's their strongest stuff. The bottom up has been completely annihilated because of their own lack of interest in their geometric R being physical. So that's gone now.
Yeah, anything that hides behind that, we can just say it's refracted behind.
Yeah.
You know, what are they going to say? No.
They beat themselves.
Refraction's not real. Yeah, they're retards. Well, this is what happens when you're lying. You know, there comes the point where, like, you know, you gotta, you know, people get caught in lies. It happens all the time. You know, if you're like, especially when you could just go out and look at it. You know, if my lie was just, you know, at every beach, at every, you know, anything you can see, eventually, you're gonna get called out.
That's a good one too. But I thought these were supposed to be kind of anti-flat Earth. These are kind of more, or maybe these are more these are more flat Earth memes, Ranty.
These are more flat Earth memes right now.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I've gone back to that because he's only given me 10. I've got a lot more that I can show.
That's cool.
Here we go. Let's have a look at the next one. Because the Freemason said so. Australia.
But the irony though is one of your earlier renditions of the flat Earth included a Masonic one, right? That was flat and stationary. Remember, like the 9 different civilizations. Wasn't one of those Masonic?
Oh,
you don't have to go back to it, but it's the funny thing is that maybe there are Freemasons telling us that it's a ball, but
they know the truth, bro.
Yeah,
Rumpus Rumpus knows this.
No, Rumpus knows it's like flat.
He's
Rumpus
for sure, bro. He's just fucking. He just laughs. You know, he wants. It would be like this. Like, picture you had nothing really else to do because like government's paying all your shit. You'd be like, yo, I'm gonna see how long I can go on and get Nathan to like fucking before he gets all pissed off, and then they start like the stopwatch, and they're just seeing how long he can, you know, go before he gets fucking triggered. It's a game. It's a game to them. You know, this is why this is all we should really be giving it. You know, just kind of like if somebody wants to come on here and try and like defend the ball, you're just, bro, what are you going to defend? The upside down cities under us? This is what you're going to defend? Come on, man. We're going to take you serious? How do you have a conversation with somebody? Like, I tell these people all the time. I'm like, yo, how am I going to have a conversation with you? Do you think that tree is moving? Right?
No, you can't.
You can't have a conversation.
I was golfing with a guy and he was talking about Corona and he's like, oh, these guys are into conspiracies. They believe the Earth is flat. And I had to bite my tongue because I'm like, if I say something, I'm gonna have to get in my car and go home. It's because I'm not gonna be able to, you know, play golf with this guy. So you gotta think of something that you say that makes it look like you're a baller, but it also highlights how stupid. You know, be like, yeah, those fucking idiots that don't believe people are upside down under those feet. Oh man, what are you using? A 9-iron? What's that? A wedge? Exactly.
Is that a wedge?
that is the way to do it. Yeah, exactly. You basically turn it into a meme. That's
just like those idiots that believe what they see, you know, and then just like.
Well, there is also a meme which depict the plane, the ISS, 2 planes and the ISS. So the first plane is how it's supersonic, then it's normal flight, and Masonic is the ISS.
I've seen that one.
Do you remember they actually did do that though? They actually did end the ISS live feed because they found sea plankton on the ISS. No word of a lie. Oh, crazy.
What the hell, dude?
Yeah, but there's a lot of...
How could they even call the stream like 24/7? That never was in the first place. They always were. Yeah.
What if I always thought the ISS could just be like a naturally occurring satellite, like the moon. The moon looks like the moon, you know. And if you had a telescope and you looked, you would see other things that kind of look weird, like the ISS. But they just don't tell us about it, so nobody really fucking looks, and then they could just make up a story, right? When you just see it, if they were good enough with CGI, they can convince you the moon was a Death Star. You're like, yeah, it's this orbiting like fucking Death Star, man, and it's got its little puckered asshole pointing at us, and it's ready to open up and blow us up. Like, yeah, it's just incredible when you have the mind of somebody, you can put anything you want in there, and that's really what they're all about, man. They create this reality so that they can just like inception you with these ideas. I don't even think they outright come and say the Earth is a ball. They just like put all the posters everywhere.
Exactly.
Everybody comes to the conclusion. It's weird. I don't think I was ever told the Earth.
Like, think about the body of science, right? It's like using like little specks of things in the air or whatever that they're doing. It's like that's like literally looking at like one pore on the body, instead of all the other major things that are going on this model. It's like they'll go to one tiny little detail and stuff. So, which makes more memes really and proves flat Earth, but it doesn't make sense, dude. Like they should have thousands of proofs. Like,
but they succeed.
Proofs.
They succeed. Yeah, exactly. They should have not thousands, billions of proofs. And
the original heliocentric model, Copernicus had the sun orbiting around a central fire. And the center of gravity for the entire heliocentric solar system was the Earth, because it was so much bigger than all of the wandering stars, and the ball Earth was so big and strong that it held all the water down in between the land. So I guess they don't realize that the new heliocentric model is not what Copernicus created in his mind.
No, they hijacked everything. They hijacked. From religion, everything. They hijacked science, school system, states, money, everything. Name it. You name it.
If they can prove, just tell somebody that they're spinning, they can get them to wear a mask. That's actually kind of easy. And then whatever else they want to do, that's simple.
Come on, man. People are going to be. It's going to be Bird Box. When the aliens come, they're going to tell you can't look at them. They won't even need CGI.
Hey guys, listen. I've got a voice message from B-Ball for Life. It's only 8 seconds. Mind if I play it?
It's just gonna be him crying. So okay, I'll put.
No, it's his entire. He just had sex. He wanted us to hear it.
Here we go.
8 seconds.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
That sounds like he's triggered. That sounds like he's angry.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Come on, Ranty. You know what pictures you're not showing, Ranty.
That's amazing, dude. Let's Ranty, play that a couple more times. Let's loop that, dude. That just sounds like an angry baller. That's funny.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Okay. Right, well, okay. Well, I have been showing all the stuff that you've sent today. Hang on. Let's get This Is Awkward up. Hang on, guys. Right, here we go. Anti-Flat Earth memes. Right, okay.
I hope Cheswick puts that in one of his songs, dude. That belongs in some kind of, like, music.
Okay, what do you think of this? So...
this is too easy.
He's put us on...
This is too easy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's put us on a model, hasn't he? He's put us in space.
Yeah, it's a hybrid. You put the flat Earth and the heliocentric solar system. Just kind of silly.
I was hoping for better, to be honest.
Have you ever noticed that Saturn's always tilting the same way? We always look at it from the same perspective. How is that possible? Shouldn't it be like a different position sometime?
No, because we're on a ball and there's gravity. So just relax, Cleary. I don't know why you're worried about those kind of things, dude. No, but it's funny. It's funny, the two memes that you put already with the flat Earth on the moon, right? And then this one. It's just funny that they're literally taking the flat Earth and dumping it into their garbage. So it's like literally they're just throwing it in the trash and saying, "Hey, how come this doesn't work?" It's just funny that's really all they can do is like put it in lies and tell us this is a lie, and we're like, yeah, it is a lie because you're dipping it in your lies. So
Next one. Okay, so apparently this is one that he's desperate to show everybody. Flat Brain Society. Okay. Looking for the joke in this.
That's their best one. That's their best one, I would say.
Would you actually be level-headed?
Yeah.
If he had a flat brain, would he
he's only got a hemi head.
Here's
brain.
the thing, though. If he was functioning at the same capacity as the person with the big round brain, he's entirely more efficient. You have to understand, he's getting the job done with 80% less matter.
That's true.
Actually, you know, the baller's just wasting brain power to build this bullshit society he's got going on there. Yeah.
Dude, I've watched a video on people doing studies on really smart people and somebody not as intelligent, and they're using less heat is being emanated like from their brain, and they're using more efficient pathways. So yeah, on that flat plane, to solve anything, you'd have to have more efficient connections. So I'd rather be
it's like a processor,
right?
Like a computer processor. When it's, you know, if it's just in pace running, it's being efficient. When you start overclocking it, it's got to try real hard, it's gonna blow up.
Yeah.
You know?
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Not tomorrow, today.
Today. Okay. I think that sounded kind of triggered, I have to say. I mean, I don't know.
Right, yeah, I might remix that and play with the levels, you know, and put like, because I got a lot of time. It's raining this week, so
today.
Yeah, we could make them sound even more sort of menopausal.
Okay, right. Just putting this out there for the flat earthers. Apparently, let's have a look at the image. Let's see what he's got.
It's like nobody's ever heard of light extinction, atmospheric light extinction.
That's a big lamp.
I think it's supposed to be everywhere.
Yeah, it's
Loose assumption of the sun.
It's a big lamp. That's all I'm going to say. Right, so yeah, don't bring your lamp into our world. You know,
dude, these are their best memes. This is horrible. What?
Yeah, they have also having a brain cause brain cancer.
I thought their memes would be better than this.
They must be the best ones they've got.
Conceptualize.
That's crazy. And look at their day and night on their ball. They're saying that's 93 million miles away. Really? So like that's kind of debunking their own. They put a local light source on their ball, which is like against their understanding. Those rays in their model have to be coming in parallel. Their far field assumption they believe holds. So they've debunked their own model in the top image. So why would they do that?
Yeah, well done, Globies. Well done, Globies. Right, what's this next one? We know that the Earth is flat, but if the sun is a star, why isn't it like this? Huh?
That's in Texas. That's the Texas star right there.
Okay.
Dude, these can't be the ones that he sent you.
These are the ones. Honestly.
Whoa, so he's a flat earther now. Maybe
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
I'm showing them, mate. Calm down. This is what you sent me. Come on. What do you want me to say to this?
They're the ones who say stars are suns. That's in their model. I don't know why that has to do with nothing.
You know, this is something 2-year-old will depend if he was told or she was told that the sun is the star.
Yeah, that's just a meaningless statement. It's like that doesn't explain anything about it. So that's just absurd.
Okay, back to the flat Earth ones. Here we go. Here, got another one. If NASA ran hospitals, your X-ray showed a broken rib, but we fixed it with Photoshop.
Here's your bill, $25,000.
Yeah. But this one meme alone is better than the ones that Beeble sent me, I have to say.
I'm surprised he doesn't have better ones. These are terrible.
So, the balls are spherical, therefore the table is a ball. That's globe head logic.
Right. Learning optics from a baller is a very, very bad decision. You know, it's like learning how to eat healthy from a person who's just morbidly obese. It's just not a good idea. No disrespect to people who are struggling with their weight, but you know what I'm saying.
Right, okay, so NASA claims they went to the moon in this. If you zoom in, you can see foil, tape, and curtain rods. Okay, let's see. Where's the foil, the tape, and the curtain rods? Can anyone find them?
Well, there is plenty.
Yeah, I think there's foil all over this place here. There's the foil. What else are we looking for? Foil, tape, and curtain rods. Right, anyone can find the tape?
It looks like a double decker. It looks like a double decker tent that got burned, right, Ranty? It literally looks like something that's burned.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. I mean, what's this here? Why is that tucked under there? It's like a piece of sheeting or something, like a bit of fabric that's just been sucked in.
Oh no, that's the plasmon injector technology to get it through the Van Allen radiation belts.
Oh, that's not the flux capacitor.
Right.
That's not the flux capacitor then. No.
No, that's right next to it. You see that thing dangling off? That's
right here. Yeah, I see. Yeah. This is
believe.
Yeah, and this is the rod of Hades. This is the rod of Hades that they had to put on the outside to make sure they could get through the fiery hell.
Right.
Yeah, that was an artifact from ancient Egypt back in the year 2000 BC that they found it. Yeah, that's rod of Hades. That one. What have they got up here? What's this? This is the cup of life. Is on the side. Look at that. That's the cup of life there.
Yeah.
That's been attached to the side. All these artifacts to make it through the Van Allen belts. They didn't know. The reason they weren't harmed by them was because they didn't know they were there.
Oh, right. Exactly. Why do you have to prepare for something that you know is not going to be there? That doesn't make sense, right? So yeah, it's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, but
and where is the earlier version of the multiplexer demultiplexer?
Oh.
You know, they fixed outside the ISS.
Yeah, I think that might be down here somewhere. But I mean, even the sheeting's a different colour. Look at this. I mean, this is like a darker blue. That's somebody's jeans that they've just cut up and stuck onto the side. You know, that's somebody else's jeans. That's Levi's down at the bottom.
Horrible.
They got the curtains from Bed Bath and Beyond. You know, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, and it was the 60s as well. So the tinfoil probably came from a crack den.
It's embarrassing for me because I probably believe this. I don't know if I've even seen this image before all this, but it's scary, dude. God.
Oh yeah, it's bad. I mean, come on. Is there any right? So the globe is in the chat, right? When we look at this, and you ask why you think we're stupid when we look at this.
No, I'm telling you, to them it looks beautiful. You don't understand. Like, they got these drunk. They're like, yo, you don't see those tight lines in the rivets? And you're like, what? It's like Shallow How. I'm telling you, they're under a spell. Like, that thing looks like a beautiful lady. They're like, look at man.
They're hypnotized.
Yeah. They're brainwashed to love everything that's completely backwards and upside down. That's true. They'll wear a mask when Corona's like cured and fixed and everything's fine. They're like, whatever, I like it. I'm just, you know, it's nice, looks nice on me. I'm just gonna keep wearing it. So they're down.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't need that oxygen anyway. Overrated.
Hey man, NASA is amazing.
Did you hear how triggered MC Toon got when I can't remember who it was brought up that NASA means to deceive or whatever? He's like, no, I know somebody, they speak Hebrew, and he like, dude, he got so triggered, dude. Like, and he's like, no, it's you know, NASA spelled with an A with an H or something like that doesn't mean that. And so, dude, these ballers like love NASA, man.
Bro,
like,
that gave me an idea. You remember? You ever hear that like story that like Richard Gere, they found a hamster and a gerbil in his ass? Apparently, that was made up by Sylvester Stallone. He didn't even like the guy. So we just got to start making up all this stuff about like about Ball Earth. like, you know, just complete lies, bro, just so that you just like kind of start the rumors about it, so people gotta like, what? There's no ISS, you know, like look into it, and they're like, I can't find the damn thing. And you're like, yeah, I told you, it's all fake, bro. There's just these people that say they see it, they're just lying, and they're like, holy shit, bro, you know.
That's essentially what we're debunking as rumors, like just like hearsay, speculation about our surroundings. So, you know, that's fair. We're doing it to them.
Well, Jem Panda's having a paddy fit in the chat. He's turned around and said, Ranty, yes, absolutely stupid, astoundingly and willfully ignorant.
Yeah, notice how all your memes that you post, no one debunks them. They just say, oh, Ranty, you know, can't believe you stooped to this level or anything like that. Like, you know, they don't
Jim Panda was triggered by me earlier.
Hey.
Jim Panda commented on one of my videos about memes earlier. It was already triggered about it.
Well, if he wants to join, he can just add me on. Well, he's already added me on. We have contact on Skype, so if he wants to join, I'll give you a ring in 5 minutes if you want to jump on and tell us how. Well, let's have a look at this meme. Do you know how the Earth's non-vacuum meets with the vacuum of space? Neither do we. Neil deGrasse
Gradient.
Tyson.
Gradient. We know what he's going to say. We know exactly what the fuck he's going to say. He's going to say there's a gradient, right? Oh, you can't have a gradient in a container. You know, it's...
Then you ask them how far that
like
vacuum goes, and then they get all embarrassed. They're like, "Oh no, well,
do you know?"
Yeah.
Here's the funny. Google, is the universe flat? They'll be like, yeah, the universe is flat in their fucking model. They believe they're like, yeah, the Earth is a ball, but the whole thing, like overall, is flat. And we're like, wow, you guys are idiots. And then you can Google, is there a wall to this universe? Because they'll show me the wall. Bro,
Right.
Google, is there a hydrogen wall? They believe in a hydrogen wall. So not only do they believe in a flat universe, it has a wall. They're idiots.
Yeah.
It's subliminal. They're telling you.
Yeah. That's crazy.
They used to ask us where the edge was. Now we're like, where's the geometric edge?
Yeah, we flipped everything. They ask us
reversal.
to touch the firmament. I'm like, okay, help us touch how do you know where the edge is if you've measured it? And if you don't know, then you don't know. Why not say it? So we can use everything they use against us against them.
Okay, so Jem Panda wants to join, so I'm bringing him in. And Gleem, you're already there, mate. Check your mic.
There's a gradient.
Ranty, can you play b-ball one more time, dude? I'll never ask again. Just one more time. The Skype.
One more time for here we go.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Today.
Today. Am I there? Mic check.
It sounds like he means it, dude. You should do as you're told. I think.
It was almost as threatening as that other bloke. Oh, I can't remember his name now.
Yes. So where were we? We were talking about the lunar module, I think, weren't we?
Oh yes, we can go back to the lunar module if you want. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. What is it you want to?
I know you like that one. So let me tell you a few things that are going on there. For a little bit.
Okay.
Little bit of context.
Let me.
It
Just,
should be
It's
riveting.
baller grade aluminum foil. You have to understand that's baller grade. You know, that can withstand to the most highest of skepticism.
Go back to the other one. Yeah. I did this one the other day. I made a comment about this the other day, didn't I?
Ah, right. Okay.
Dude, make sure you're laughing when you explain it, because then we'll take you seriously.
Bro,
What
it's
is it to
because the
explain?
lander blew all of the dust out, and it was no deep dust near the lander. It was all out near where they were walking. Come
Okay,
on,
so
man.
why is that? What's wrong with that
Easy.
explanation? What is wrong with that explanation, though?
What, the one I
Okay.
just made up?
The one that you just gave. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Just made it up now. Bro, but it's like,
What is wrong with
okay.
it? But what is wrong with it? Why is it logically? Where does it fail?
Well, because it's happening on a rock spinning around Earth, you know? So before I would land on something, I'd make sure it's real, you know?
But so
But yeah,
so
hey,
what
if you
you're
wanna
saying
believe
is
the-
in itself, it doesn't fail, and you need to fall back to some other thing that you think fails, because that actually
I'm
does
just-
seem quite reasonable. And-
But
and
Panda,
Well, I'm
just
just saying,
Panda,
what's
just look at
more-
this.
It just
more-
proves
look at this
I-
and be honest.
what's more, you came up with it on your own. It just goes to show
Yeah, it proves
what
I
is
can
the-
make a story
what is achievable.
that you'll believe.
It proves that you can come up with a reasonable explanation for something that previously and is commonly claimed to be just inexplicable and is obvious evidence of a hoax, and yet you can just
but Jem, that's because I'm a good liar. Because I'm a good liar, Jem. Because I'm a good liar. You understand this? Like, I've lied. Listen. I've lied my entire life.
The point is, you hold on. The point is, you guys pretend that there's no explanation, and yet you were able to come up with an explanation. Doesn't matter whether.
Here, let me explain.
You pretend that there isn't one, and yet in seconds you can come up with one.
Here, this is why. Because one, I have a brain, and two, if I'm going to lie, right? If I'm going to convince you of a lie, I have to think on my feet, right? So if I was going to say, you came in, there was a broken window, and I saw a ball, I'm not going to say it came out of nowhere. Oh, these kids, they were playing baseball. They just came by and then ran off. You got to put something logical, because that's what a lie is. A lie is a logical story that you can believe. So all I proved was that I can manifest something out of nowhere that you will believe. So you were like, yeah, that sounds good. Okay, you were in on that.
I know the explanation, but your starting position.
And what is it?
But hold on. But your starting position is that there is no explanation. That this is hoax because it cannot be explained any other way, and that's why it's dishonest. It's intellectually dishonest because that's not true. That's not true, as you just demonstrated. And it doesn't matter whether what you offered. Doesn't matter whether what you offered is the explanation or not. It's actually, I would say, that is the explanation, or it'd be pretty close to what I would say for it.
All right, Jem, let's take it down a notch.
It doesn't matter whether it is the explanation or not. The point is, it is a reasonable explanation, and your starting position is to pretend there isn't a reasonable explanation.
No, that's my starting position was, if I gave you a story that's good enough, you'll believe it without me demonstrating it. And that's what I'm proving. I'm proving as long as they come up with something that passes the sniff test, that's okay. You don't really need anything else.
Well, I would say it is demonstrated. We see dust flying up in the film, in the landing film, and we have Armstrong's and Aldrin's accounts of it occurring, and it's even in the commentary during the landing. So I would say it is supported by evidence, and it isn't just a story that I've just believed without any reason. It's documented.
Let me ask you this. Like how I explained, remember how I just made up that explanation for the lunar lander and how it blew the dust off? Let's say...
I don't believe you made it up, actually. I think you've heard it before.
I swear, I've never heard that before. If you want to believe me, don't. I just made up on the spot. But here's the thing. So let's say... Okay. So let's say that I was trying to come up with that same thing, but for the moon landing, right? For what you saw. Now, I would say they filmed it in a sound studio, right? So that's where your footage came from, right? So that's easy to fake. The astronauts testifying, that's just lying. Pay them $1 million, they'll lie. Okay, and what else did you have?
Okay, but now you're believing in things that you don't have any evidence for.
Right? No, I'm just coming up with an explanation, another explanation instead of we actually landed on the moon.
But
we have
the explanation I have has evidence. The explanation you've just offered doesn't have evidence. That's the difference.
You have the same evidence I do.
That's how we can tell.
A conclusion based on the same evidence.
That's how we can tell that one is a made-up story and one isn't, or one at least may not be.
Here's the thing. We both saw the video. Okay, now you made up a story that video is because humans went to this rock in the sky. I made up a story. It's because we filmed.
Story. No.
Well, you weren't there to see it happen.
Well, I was there to see it happen, but
you saw it on TV. You didn't. You weren't watching the moon with a telescope to see them land on it.
But lots of people.
Okay,
were.
so
hang on.
But you weren't.
I wasn't. No, but
okay. So now it's blind faith in people's stories.
How is that blind faith?
Because you weren't there.
Because you
weren't there to witness it.
So blind.
If you're not there to witness it, can you say you saw it?
No, I can't. But
okay, so then you're blind to it. So you're blind. So you're blind to that, then, right?
No,
exactly. It's faith, man. Just
if you can't see it, if you can't see it, you're. Yes, it does.
Faith, it absolutely does not mean that whatsoever.
If you want to define it, I just showed you. You didn't see it, so you're blind. So you have to believe it on faith.
Right. Blind faith means believing in something without any reason or evidence. Just believing in something.
Okay, Jeff,
let me finish. that it has absolutely nothing to do with whether you've observed something happening. That's just a complete distortion and misuse of the word blind. It's idiotic.
Let me explain why. So we both seen the same thing, this video, this moon landing video. We both seen that. So that's real. Now, as for them landing on the actual moon that you see, you didn't see that. So in order for you to believe that video corresponds to that thing in the sky, you have to go on an element of faith and blind faith because you didn't see it. Now you're going to say, hold on. Let me finish. I'm not done. Right, you're going to say we have evidence, but you don't have evidence. You have the same thing I do, which is the movie or the video of this supposed moon landing. So you don't have evidence. So say what you actually have, which is the same video I'm looking at. And this is how you ballers do. You turn things into evidence so they can be not what they are.
Because we don't believe things because of usually, well, sometimes, but often because of single pieces of evidence. And that's how I can say I do have evidence and you don't.
Use evidence.
Use
the specific term.
Let me finish. I let you finish. Because I do have evidence and you don't, because as you said, you just made up a story.
Based on the same video you saw.
Finish.
No, because you're misrepresenting. No,
Let me finish.
No,
this isn't your little thing. And that's why you're
I know, because you're misrepresenting.
I know. Finish.
Okay. Come on. At least let Jem finish. At least
he's got to sense
because here's the thing.
He's about to lose the point.
No, I'm not losing. You're getting triggered because you know I'm winning.
Then. Let me make my point then. And my point is that I don't just have this single piece of evidence. I have a whole body of evidence supporting this same claim. And it all comports with the claim. So that is in no way is that blind faith. Now, it does involve an element of trust. And if you want to try and make it sound all like a religion,
you can speed it up, Jem.
You can call that trust faith if you want to. If you want to be a bit intellectually dishonest and try and frame things how they aren't really the case. But yes, it does involve an element of trust. Of course it does. But I do not subscribe to the absurd idea that the only things I can ever know to be true are things I've personally witnessed. That's idiotic.
Okay, give one evidence which was not debunked, please.
No, hold on. He keeps saying evidence. Don't say, because evidence is a vague general term. I could say there's tons of flat earth evidence and never present anything. I just keep using this word evidence. So I'm going specifically. You need to say specifically what you have. And I told you have the exact. You're interrupting. Now you're interrupting.
I made a 2-hour video. Well, I solved this problem right now. I made a 2-hour video presenting this evidence.
I sat and listened to you for a minute and a half. So you can't sit and listen for 10 seconds?
Well, I'm solving the problem.
Then shut up! You listen.
You want the evidence, and you're saying I haven't got it. I have got it. You're wrong.
Why can't you listen to me, Jem? I have to mute you because you can't listen. I have to mute you because you can't. This is sad. This is so sad that he just got. I sat and listened to this man spew his bullshit for a minute. I go to retaliate. 2 seconds in, he has to chime up because he knows he's dead in the water. First, he says he trusts the fucking people. Done. You could call it faith. You could call it trust. You could call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. You weren't there. So you now have to insert fucking words you want to whatever word you want, except that story, because you weren't there. So now you can say you don't have to be there to believe things that are happening. Yes, you do. Because unless you were there when somebody landed on the fucking moon, you can't say it happened. It's blind faith.
Is there not loads of evidence?
Yeah, that wasn't good.
This is why let me tell this story. I was in Gem Panda's service. I had to yell at this asshole in his own fucking server because he did the same fucking thing, just over talking because he knows he's fucking wrong. When his dumbass friend Druss said that I was talking about motion, and one of my favorite arguments now is prove this tree is moving, right? And I was saying, Druss, if me and you were having a game of catch with a ball, how would we prove the ball is moving? And he slipped up. And he said, well, you would know because you were putting energy into the ball. And I was like, oh, so show me the energy and put into the tree. And at that moment, he got triggered and he just kept deflecting away and then just started over talking and screaming. And then and this is where Gem just sat there and fucking allowed it to happen because, you know, this is what they do. This is all they have. I just showed you all he had. He was like, "Oh, I can't let you talk." Okay. I sat for a minute and 30 seconds, let him talk. What happened once I started talking? He couldn't control himself. Because at the base level, they're animals. They have been convinced that they are animals. This is why when you listen to Right the Hand 3 years ago, he's screaming and interrupting. And today you can listen to him change and listen and hear people talk. But they can't change because an animal can't change because it's a fucking animal. Do you understand? This is why I handled Arwen. This is why I'm an animal handler. These animals don't want me coming into their pen and just handling them. Like Nathan would get handled. Fight the Fight, they get handled. Toon would get handled. They don't want that. Jem just got handled. What is he going to do? Oh, tell me the tree's moving with energy input that he can't prove? Come on, Jem. Just get the fuck out of here, man. Let's go back to the memes.
Mic drop. It's over, dude. But there was a video surfaced Right the Hand about you wrestling, which I thought was CGI, but I don't know. We're all
were you
human.
there? Unless you weren't there, you don't know what happened.
Dude,
man.
that girl would have kicked my rear end, dude. I would not even have tried.
Yeah, she was. I'm telling you, you would have destroyed her. Like you don't. No, I'm 100% honest. If you realize how easy, like all you need to have is like some conditioning, like eat proper. Like I didn't eat. I was on planes for like 10 hours. People don't know, whatever it is. But if you just
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, look at this guy. Look, he came back.
About 10 minutes.
No, it's the meme that triggered him. Ranty.
Okay. Well, hang on. I just got to intersect. No. Didn't you tap out twice to her though?
Well, okay. So if you watch the tape, I was in dominant position immediately. Immediately, I had her next and fucking started. I just started.
Out of you.
Oh, Jem. First, I'd bend you over. So shut the fuck up. And this is another thing these people like to do. They like to revel in accomplishments that aren't theirs. And this goes back to the baller shit. Do you think Jem would come to my back?
Bullshitting about how you were dominant.
Jem, as man to man, I would slap you in the face. You would do fucking nothing, bro. Here's the thing. Jem, you never did shit in your life. You never did shit in your life. I showed up. I'm a doer. You're a pussy. You're a pussy, bro. You're a straight pussy.
You don't know anything
That's the thing.
Me, so
I know everything. Bro, if you're a baller, you're a pussy because you go along with the herd. That's all I know. You're not strong enough to stand by yourself because you're a pussy. That's why you're a herd. You need herd immunity. You need the government. You're a herd. You're part of the herd, dude.
Do you think you sound
nothing I'm saying
sane person?
Yeah, nothing I'm saying is unreasonable.
Okay, tell us about this image then.
What? One question.
Yeah,
one question.
Tirade. Do you think that makes you sound sane?
But I'm not dependent. You're dependent. You're a slave monkey. You're dependent on the government and the devil.
Now you've toned
I need
down
the earth. I need God's earth. That's all I need.
You realise you do sound like a bit of a nutter.
Jem, are you wearing a mask these days outdoors, out and about?
Of course. He's a masker 100%.
God.
Guaranteed.
Damn. Why don't
I'm not even going to bother answering because obviously Right the Hand knows all about my life. He knows all about my achievements. He knows
Am I wrong?
where when I go out, apparently.
Am I wrong?
You know,
Am I wrong?
Of course you're wrong. Nobody here wears a mask. Very few people.
But let's say it was required. Would you comply?
You see, in the real world, if you actually go out in the real world, you'll find that this whole mask-wearing thing isn't the massive issue that flat earthers are pretending it is. Most people just get on with it, and if they want to wear one, they wear one.
But if you're forced, would you wear it? If you're forced, would you wear it? Would you resist that initiative with a vocal?
Why would I bother?
Don't put it right on.
What for?
Don't strap that diaper right to his
Because it's
face.
stupid.
Why is it stupid? Why is it stupid to limit?
Because 6 months ago you wouldn't do it.
To limit
because our president called it a
Why
kung
is it
flu.
stupid to
He's
limit
obviously
your
laughing at it. It's a
well,
joke.
your
Jem,
president's a moron. I mean,
it's a hoax.
Jem, tell us why it's stupid to limit your breathing. Tell us why it's stupid to limit your breathing. Go ahead.
Tell me how it limits your breathing.
What do you think? Okay, do you know what airflow is?
What does that mean?
Okay, well,
do you know what CFM is?
I know what airflow is.
Okay,
let's not. I'm
going to give you. I was in the AC field, so I'm going to give you a little
point.
You didn't know about airflow.
Why are you talking?
Well, I'm going to answer because you don't know what's going on.
Well,
so I'm going to tell you what.
Question.
No. And you said you didn't know. You said what is airflow. So I'm going to. Yeah, you said
I didn't know.
Jem, come on. Let me speak. So here's the problem. When you put a piece of fabric over your mouth. When you put a piece of fabric,
you sound completely normal.
Listen to this guy. Yeah, I know. When you put a piece,
listen to this guy.
Who sounds normal, Jem?
All right, Jem, chill. It's not helping the baller.
Sounds like a fucking nut job. Calm down. Talk like
a. Okay, calm down, Jem. I had to mute him. He was getting triggered. So when you put a piece of fabric over airflow, like you're going to restrict that flow. Bro, I was talking. Jem, come on, man. Be a civil, normal human being.
Okay, listen.
How much time do you want me to let you speak? So I'll be quiet for 60 seconds, let you speak, and then I could speak for 2 and you'll interrupt again.
Okay,
Listen.
listen.
I don't want to engage with a person who isn't behaving
Then
like...
Can I ask a space question?
Yeah. Well, before you...
Behaving like some...
Hold on, let me just finish making my... Let me just finish my point.
Okay, so let's get...
Hold on, let me just say this. When you restrict the flow of air, you're going to be getting less air. So when you put a piece of fabric over an intake of an air, you're going to choke that air source. That's called hypoxia, and that's the lack of oxygen, and it leads to possibly death. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Right, that's all right. Yeah, okay. So, I was trying to get hold of the reins there for just a second. So I know you wanted to jump in, Gleem, and say something about this, because I know that, Jem, you joined to talk about this contraption that you're seeing on the screen right now. But I'm just going to shout out Colin Dresser, who gave a super chat. What did I miss? Cheers, Ranty, keep it solid. Thank you for the amazing super chat there, much appreciated. And we also had another super sticker from Darwin for $5, so thank you very much. Right, guys, Jem, you joined to talk about this, and Gleem's got a question for you, so...
Yeah, it was more a generic question. Yeah, because you said, you got the evidence. I agree with that. Either way, you can believe you've got that evidence and you have that trust and faith with that, whatever word we want to use to do that. But the core question, I think, that everybody asks, and I'd like to know your own personal opinion on this. Why haven't we been back?
Oh, it's well documented why we haven't been back. I always think this is an odd question from you guys, because you guys should understand the sentiment to this more than anyone, because you're always running around telling me about how terrible it is that NASA get $52 million a day or whatever it is. So that's the reason, because going to space is not...
Can I counter that?
Can I finish? Oh, go on. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to... Go on, get it.
It was just to counter that. You said that's the reason, and I thought, okay, that was the reason, and that was it. But if there was more reason, you can carry on. I'm not shouting.
I could tell you about how it's documented. It might be helpful for people.
My counter was to take it away from NASA, and more to say that it's an amazing achievement. Yeah, if we've gone to the moon, it's an amazing achievement that actually put a massive badge onto America. Mm-hmm. Okay, obviously there was I would even steer clear of Russia, but obviously Russia would like to put that flag in that moon. Obviously China would like to put that flag in that moon, and their funding has no issues. Trust me, there is no issues with China's funding.
Well, I don't trust you, but go ahead.
Well, okay. Either way, if you don't understand where all the wealth is in the world, but either way.
Well, China have already landed stuff on the moon, haven't they? They plan manned missions.
People.
Right, but that you don't just go straight to people. You know, usually you stick
42
robotic...
years, though. 40 odd years. How many years?
But China haven't been in it for 42 years, have they?
Yeah, but still, come on. I mean,
they haven't. No, China's. You can't
we've
say
had one technology. We've lost
in 42 years, China haven't put someone on the moon because they haven't been trying until about the last 20 years. So
I do understand.
Hyundai didn't have to start at the Model T.
And what we see from them is moves towards doing exactly that.
But they didn't have to start from scratch.
As for the Russians built a rocket for the N1 rocket for that purpose. The problem with that rocket was there was some politics which meant that they changed the rocket designer for that. It wasn't the guy who built the Soyuz, and he wasn't a rocket designer. He was a jet engine designer, and he came up with it was basically a 36 engine rocket. So it had very, very complicated plumbing, and they could never get it to work properly. But they did launch it, I think, 2 or 3 times, but every time there was some problem, and either it exploded or they had to blow it up.
How long did it take NASA to actually first plan and get to the moon, roughly?
About 9 years. I think it was 61, wasn't it, when Kennedy announced it? So eight. I think it was nearly 9 years.
So we've had 5 of those.
Right, but
no other nation has been.
And that was from scratch.
Maybe if I finished the point that I was gonna make.
Yeah, of course. I'm not looking to cut you off. I thought you ended it.
Okay, which is when Nixon was elected, when he came to power, he commissioned a committee to look into NASA and their spending, because up until that point, it had been enormous for the moon program. The report from that committee was published in 1970, and you can go and read that report today. It's online, and it lays out basically what we've seen NASA do since 1970, which is more robotic missions to develop a space shuttle and a space station that actually got shelved and eventually required international investment to make it happen. But it did ultimately happen. Their plan was laid out. But at the time of the moon landing, right after Apollo 11, the idea of putting people on the moon only had a 53% approval rating with American voters. It was not politically popular, things like this aren't now, because people think there's better things to spend that money on. There are bigger problems here on Earth that we need to spend that money on. And that is a very valid argument. And that's why we haven't been back to the moon, because
like vaccines,
there's no political will. Nearly there. There's no political will to do that.
And the lunar module blew all the dust out of the way to make no footprints. Yeah, same thing.
No, I do understand that, Jem. I do understand that, but only for NASA.
Well,
I don't understand that for China. I don't understand that for any other people. I mean, put it this way. I mean, this is all fantasy. If I was a leader of a nation, yeah, and America was set to have the power, what would be the ultimate get back at them? And if you're saying it took America 10 years, what you're literally saying is that the rest of the world, apart from America, are not smart enough.
No, I'm saying that lack of political will exists elsewhere in the world. But not only that, you've only really got two contenders, haven't you? You've only really got Russia. They tried it and failed. And you've got China, who are a newcomer to the race, but are clearly heading in that direction. They're doing the things that you would need to do, which is landing robotic missions, building space stations for people to spend time living in space, which obviously is required for that sort of a mission. You know, they're doing all the things that you do to build up to that sort of a mission. Now, they may not have been doing it at the rate that America did in the space race, but we were in the thick of the Cold War. Trying to win it. They were trying to win a technology battle, you know?
So I have a question,
all right,
Jem. Okay, so I think I talked about this on the last show, and you were saying about how quick they put things together during the space race, right? So my question to you is, the people that they employed to put this shielding or whatever it is on the external part of this, I mean, how fast did they cut these and stick them up on the outside, considering the budget? I mean, was it like a fastest first sort of thing?
Well,
because they're not even cut to the same size. I mean, look at this one here and that one there, and they're not even symmetrical.
They're not even ironed.
That's missing a rivet in the middle. So that's, you know, you got one there, you got one there. You should have one in the center. That's missing. That's not even on. It's missing one there. It's not joined up. You've got a big gap down this side that they've not covered up. It's all wrinkled and creased. I mean, come on. Right. I mean, when you're going to go to the moon for the first time, it's going to be kept on TV for posterity for the rest of humankind's existence. You know, we're going to look back at this day when we landed on the moon, right? At least make it half pretty.
But there's no value in making it half pretty, Ranty. The whole point of this is function over form. I heard somebody else saying earlier, oh, it's not even symmetrical. It has no requirement to be symmetrical. It isn't flying in an atmosphere. There's just no need for it. It has. Okay, but you aren't looking at the pressure vessel. You're just looking at some wrapping.
You look at its wrinkles.
Hang on. Let me finish. You aren't looking at the pressure vessel. You're looking at some wrapping that was stuck on the outside to protect it and insulate it. And inside of that, there's it's actually 3 pieces of milled aluminium that make up the pressure vessel. It's 3 huge pieces of aluminium that lock together. So all you're looking at is the wrapping paper.
So what does the insulation require? Insulation requires what? It all to be covered up with no gaps, you would expect?
Right, but what we're looking at here is the ascent module just before it docks, redocks with the command module, right? So this has already been to the moon. It's blasted off from the moon, and that blast has ripped up some of this this insulation material that's stuck to the outside of it, because it is literally only sellotaped on, because that's light and efficient. It's a light, cheap, well, not necessarily cheap, but it's a light, efficient way of doing it.
Do you remember back in
I
the...
gave you $50 million and you gave me this back, I would be highly disappointed.
Well, that's because what you're doing is you're saying to yourself, what you're saying to yourself is that people trying to get a craft onto the surface of the moon in 1969 should have thought about how a design consideration for them should have been how aesthetically pleasing it was going to look to some entitled millennial in the 21st century. Clearly, that was not a design criteria, and the fact that you expect it to be is illogical.
Do you remember some of the lampshades that you used to get in the 1960s?
Well, I'm worried about the pom-pom thing on there.
Well, I was born in 1965, Ranty, so I'm not quite sure what age you're pinning on me then.
Okay, so obviously in the 80s...
I haven't got great memories of
Well, look at this. I mean, come on, mate. I mean, that looks like just a lampshade that they've stuck on the bottom.
But we could say that about anything, couldn't we? It's a cone of metal, and that,
This thing has to,
lampshades.
This thing has to dock with a command module that's going 4,000 miles per hour. It doesn't look capable of actually moving anywhere at all.
Are you able
to judge an engineering task like that simply from looking at a photo, Cleary?
Yeah,
I would say no, you can't.
Acknowledge what we're saying. We need you to acknowledge to prove you're human that looks ridiculous. You can have an explanation.
It doesn't look ridiculous in any way. If that
was a bridge, if a bridge
it's
looked like
beautiful.
that, you wouldn't drive your car over
It's
it.
a triumph of engineering. It's.
You're kidding me.
It took 10 years. That has never been repeated in 50.
It's repeated.
I've never seen a triumph of engineering wrapped in aluminum foil.
Repeated 6
times. When was the last triumph in engineering?
There we go.
Ranty, let's hear B-Ball one more to calm us all down.
Well, we have triumphs of engineering all the time, don't we? Look at SpaceX; they can land a rocket.
Not wrapped in aluminum foil, though.
They got a car driving.
They do wrap them in foil. Remember?
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Today. Shout out! Listen, I've got to shout out. Hold on, guys. Let me shout out Colin Dresser, who's smashing the super chat again. So that's 2 super stickers from Colin Dresser. I want to thank you for both of them. Keep it up. I think he's having a lot of fun this evening, guys. So
big up, Colin.
Big up, Colin. Yeah, Jem. Seriously, the footprints. This meme. Come on, what have you got to say about this?
Footprint is commonly mistaken to be Armstrong's first step, but it isn't actually Armstrong's first step. This was taken by Aldrin, and it was part of what was called the soil mechanics test. Okay, so he found a place where there was a good place to make a footprint, and then carefully made a footprint, described it as he was doing it, and then took a photograph of it. So that's why.
Jim,
that's why you see. Hang on. That's why you see a very well-defined footprint, because the aim was to get a very well-defined footprint.
Jim, wouldn't you say that lunar soil has some moisture content in it?
I'm not where they've landed. No, I don't think. No.
Have you ever stepped on the dry sand at the beach? Doesn't leave a footprint, does it? Like in the vacuum of space where the moon is. That soil right there has some moisture content in it, like mud.
Yeah, it doesn't. But if you want to believe that, you can. There's no reason to believe that.
Well, we can prove that. We can do an experiment, and we can take a fine powder like sand and remove even finer and remove all of the moisture, and it won't leave indentations.
Well, what you'd want is you'd want whatever that powder was. You'd want its grains, its granules to have the same structure as lunar regolith, wouldn't you? If you wanted to do an honest test.
Or
so let's go to Hollywood and we'll grab some.
So that you're looking for something pretty jagged I guess you'd be looking for maybe some sort of volcanic dust or something like that, something off the edge of a volcano, something like that, and you'd have to see there, I guess, if that was possible. I don't have any reason to believe it's not possible.
What about this boat right here? Is that possible?
Really? I mean,
can you see that from the moon? If you were on the moon with a telescope, would you be able to see that?
No. But do you think that a reasonable adult in the 21st century should? I mean, how do you think a reasonable adult should respond to this?
To what?
Do you think this is real?
It's mean.
No, but it's real in your world.
No, it's not.
That's what you really believe. Yeah, it is. Because picture you have a ball. Okay, hold on. If you had a ball, you had a ball and you had a ship on the top. Hold on. If you had a ship on the top and a ship sailing around the equator, right? The ship on the top will look right set up, but the one going around the equator, that's what it would look like. If it would be coming at you just like that in your world.
If you're,
this is what highlights.
Okay, just keep going.
Excellent.
If your point of view was from the ship on the top of the world, but of course it isn't. And what this presents is just like a, you know, I'm an adult, but my understanding of reality is that of a child. Well, great, good, well done, guys. You must be so proud.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You know,
this
it's
is
funny.
the globe model. This
you think of the world in the same way that a 4-year-old does.
Well, Jem, the Bible
very
says.
well done indeed.
But Jem, let me appeal to the Bible. The Bible says that only the childlike will inherit the kingdom. So we are reverting back to more childlike behavior in a good way in some things.
You've been a very, very good boy today, TMoG. No,
you know what?
Go to bed. Go to bed early so you're not all grumpy in the morning. Okay.
I'll try.
When they presented that flat Earth meme, it was the disc in space, which is not our model. We don't subscribe. That would never happen. When we present this, which is their model and which can happen and which would have to happen. Bro, do you understand? If you had a ball, okay, and you put things on the side of the ball, there would be different orientations. Like
if the center of gravity was towards the South Pole, but the center of gravity isn't towards the South Pole; it's towards the center of the Earth. So this
still be pulled to the side.
This is silly, childlike understanding of the model, and it's just silly.
Understanding of the word. I understand the ball. This is how I know this.
Are you like?
I should just go ha ha ha, you silly billies, and just say let's move on, because that's the kindest thing I can really say about it.
Shout out to Colin Dresser again for smashing the super chat again. Thanks for being you. No, thanks for supporting the show, mate. George Netanyuk's joined. George, check your mic.
George, welcome. Okay. Ranty, these funds are going directly to me, correct? We agreed on that. Where's the money going today?
We haven't. Okay. Have we signed a contract? We'll
talk
about that later. But yeah, the money
There's
will
a
go
trust.
to TMoG.
I keep giving Sam Hine props on my show. I keep doing it over and over, just saying how great he is, but so far awesome. No luck with that. But
never mind.
Maybe start being a flat earther.
Anyway, why is that ship not falling with gravity?
Sam Hine could afford me. I could become a flat earther at a cost that Sam Hine could afford.
So, Jem, you believe there are vectors out there that allow a person to be in a different point on the ball Earth that allow them to not understand this orientation change, right? That's your position? That there are vectors out there that allow everybody to experience flatness everywhere on the ball?
I don't know about vectors out there.
Well, you believe that they're gravitational.
I believe the center of gravity is the center of the Earth, and everything and down is towards the center of the Earth, not towards the South Pole.
Okay. But we understand orientation change locally, right? If someone tilts drastically like this, we can feel that in our body.
Yes,
what's preventing that from happening?
Because that is happening.
It is. Of course it is.
Ranty, this one got them triggered the most, dude.
It's flat.
You might need to take that one down.
That's not actually happening, and then you say, "How come it isn't? It doesn't feel like it does when that's happening." Well, because that's not happening.
But the only way that we could not experience it is in a faraway point on the ball Earth is the vector. There would be gravity vectors that exist to allow us to not feel that orientation change, right? That's your position.
What?
Anyway, sorry, that's fine. We can go to the next meme.
Ask me what my position is. Don't tell me, please, because it definitely. I'm pretty sure it wasn't that you came out with.
Sure, that's fine.
It's simple. It's simple.
No, it's not simple, man. No, this is not simple.
Let me try and make it simple. Down is towards the center of the Earth, not the South Pole.
Are you trying to make new memes right now live? Are you doing this on purpose?
How is that simple?
South Pole's got nothing to do with it, I don't think.
None of us think down is to the South Pole, bro.
Well, in this picture, presumably the South is downwards, right?
Down is into the ground
on the side of a ball.
Oh, why is that sideways then? What's the? I don't get it then. Maybe
it's on the side of the ball.
Yeah.
It's on the side of the ball.
Colin Dresser isn't happy with you guys. He's not happy at all. He's given another super chat to say, why are my super chats up for grabs? He's not happy.
Okay, no, that's fine. I don't want to get him upset. They're yours, Ranty. My bad. They're fine.
But it's not on the side of the ball, is it? It's on the top of the ball.
Hey, mind the
everything can't be on the top.
Everything is on top of the ball. Everything. Sorry,
because that's a flat plane. You just described the flat plane, Jem.
No, I didn't.
Everything being on top. Everything being on top.
I said everything's on top of the ball. That can't be a flat plane.
You can't have everything on top of the ball.
Yes, I can.
He's so angry right in the hand.
Something's under the other things.
I'm not.
The point that's being missed here is a sphere is perfectly symmetrical, so every point on the surface is at the top. The thing is that historically we have a northern hemisphere bias because of the literature over the millennia and centuries. Is you could take a desktop globe and rather than having the North Pole on the what you are considering to be the top side, why not just reorient it? Just flip it 180 degrees and have the South Pole on the so-called top. Now, if seafaring people started out of, say, Argentina or Australia, there's a good chance that the South Pole would be oriented on the top, but we have this northern hemisphere bias because England, Spain were the first explorers of the globe. If the people in the southern hemisphere were actually
George, you gotta shorten your answers up, George.
George, you missed the first. You missed the first 10 memes. We've already debunked Ball Earth. We're talking about flat Earth now at this point. Maybe you missed the beginning of the hangout. Ranty destroyed flat Earth. All the memes, dude.
I think I missed that. I think I missed it being destroyed, too.
Yeah, you can play it back. We're talking about flat Earth and how absurd this boat is sideways.
Tell me how it works when the ball Earth is destroyed. What does that look like in reality?
I'll tell you what. Do you want me to tell you what it looks like? It looks like this. It looks like this. It looks like Colin Dresser, $19.99 super chat, who puts LOL cheers, mate. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it's
Come on, Ranty.
Bro, you guys even admit it's flat.
Yeah, he's got
you
a
just
point.
say it's flat because of how big the ball is. So everything comes back to flat.
This is flat.
You'll
this
just
is
say,
the Globe Crusher.
Also big.
This is the Globe Crusher right now. What you're looking at? Show me that.
I must say, yeah.
George was in bed having a nap and he woke up because this meme was put on the screen. He could not stay asleep.
Bro, he fell out of bed.
Covered up, Ranty.
I reckon there's a few 3-year-olds that have been flat smacked with this by a 4-year-old, I reckon, and they can't, explain it. They've got cog dis.
Well, the problem that we have with Mind of God and some of these others is they revert to childish behavior. They love to attack.
No, now you're talking about George. Don't talk about us. Talk about the facts. I'm not going to sit here and listen to you talk about us.
How is it a fact?
Yeah, hold on. Here, I have a fact.
One of the facts, though. Your reasoning is that
I have a fact.
Be packing
here, let me give you a fact. Let me give you
to the show, and
let me give you a fact.
I heard that
George, we don't want to hear your personal attack, George. If you came here to give us if you're going to get loud, George, if you're going to get angry, George, if you're going to get angry and overtalk people, you're going to have to be dealt with. So here, let me speak. Let me put up a real point. George, let me put up a real point. So here's reality. And reality is the orientation of the world is everybody on top. Okay? Now, if I'm on top and 100 miles down the road, somebody's on top, right? Then if you live on a ball, you have to believe that eventually somebody's going under. Now, if that's what you believe, you have to demonstrate. You're interrupting now, George. George, you just got triggered. George, Look, George,
no, but
you
you're
have to let me
making a
finish.
false statement.
I know, but George, no, but then let me finish. I don't interrupt you when you're making false statements. So we have to have a civil back and forth. Do you agree? Do you agree that we have to have a civil back and forth without interruption? Can you agree on that, George?
Right the hand. It's not your fault. It's the memes. They're getting triggered. So just be patient with.
Yeah,
them.
I know. I have to be the
just so
father here,
dumb.
right the daddy.
I can't believe.
Okay, but that's just talking about
it's
us.
just so stupid.
Show me this orientation, Jem. Instead of saying it's stupid, show me this orientation change which proves a ball.
It doesn't deserve
Show me this in reality.
I should just scoff at
because
it
you
and say
can't.
that's stupid.
So what? Okay, so what we have is everybody on top of a flat surface. That's how we all observe our reality, that orientation. Now you're going to say, we take all of these people observing this flat orientation and we put that all together and we get a ball. And I'm saying, no, that's retarded.
No, it's not retarded. That's reality. That's how things
well, then
work.
show. No, it's not.
No,
The
look
reality
at,
is.
hey, I listened to you. Now you shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Show me the ball. Show me the orientation. Don't talk about it.
No swearing, George. We got children on the panel.
No, on the thing.
Yeah, good point.
Sphere has perfect symmetry, so every point on a sphere is indistinguishable from any other point. Jem is correct that down is pointing towards the center of the Earth. You guys seem to have a hard time of wrapping your head around this. There is no such thing as down like on a sphere where you're looking at your computer display and you have the top, which is away from the surface of the Earth, and the bottom, which is closer to the surface of the Earth, and you want to have vertical always in that orientation, and that's not the way it works on a spherical mass. Vertical.
The problem is, hold on.
Let me finish. Vertical
Keep it shorter,
is directed towards the center of the Earth from any point on the surface. Vertical, if you drop a plumb line with a weight on the end, it will drop towards the surface of the Earth, which is always pointing towards the center.
No one's debating that in your model.
Yeah, okay, so now what we have is that when everybody has this line, everybody's going to take a plumb line and put it down. Now, everybody is going to get a 90-degree angle, which the plumb line, now if we just take these 90-degree angles, because you have the straight plumb line and then the two 90 degrees that it makes, you just extend that, because everybody's doing the same thing, you cannot get curved. So what you just gave everybody was hold on, George. I listened to you, George.
Again.
George, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. George,
but I'm not getting what you're saying.
I know, but you interrupted. George, I have to mute you now because you were interrupting. Come on, you have to be civil. George, why do you do this? Why do ballers always do this? The moment somebody starts talking in opposition, you get triggered.
Yeah.
Sit there like a good little George. I have to discipline you now. This is absurd. This is what happened in Jem's server. I had to not only educate you idiots on the world and how it's flat, but I also had to teach you manners. I had to teach Jem manners.
You're a nut job. Shut up.
Jem, shut up. Now
you rant like a lunatic. You don't know.
Now this is the problem. All of you see, he just interrupted because this is all they do. This is all he knows how to do, is just when he hears something that he disapproves of, he just goes into animal mode and just attacks. He cannot think. And this is why George does the same thing. So this is not about teaching them the Earth is flat. This is about teaching them how to behave. This is about teaching them how to be normal human beings.
Correct.
And how to have a conversation without me having to mute you like a child. I shouldn't have to take away your privileges to speak, George, because you can't control them.
Who are you? I don't know who you are. I don't recognize you.
Okay, don't worry about who I am. Just don't interrupt me when I'm talking, because who I am has no meaning on whether you should interrupt me when I'm talking.
I'm not going to let you just sit there with a monologue of insult.
Well, look, you have to sit there, Jem. You have to be civil.
If you're running the show like this.
You're going to be civil. You're going to be civil. Look, I'm going to keep order in this room, okay? Because if nobody else will, somebody's going to step up. Now, if Jem just wants to get triggered and blurt stuff out, then he will be removed. George, I can talk to you if you can listen.
Are you going to let him do this, Ranty?
No.
Well, why are you going on this rant?
But
say
seriously,
what you want to say. I don't have all day to sit for you to get to your point. All you're doing is going on and on about how you're being interrupted. All right. Get to your point.
He mutes people and removes them from the call.
Right, let's have some back and forth. You know, Jem, anything you want to say about this?
Yes, I'd love to say something about this one. The image that you see on the right with the blue aurora on it, when it was released, it said underneath it that the image of Jupiter was taken from 2014. This was, yeah, it came out in 2016. So it told you that they'd used an image of Jupiter for context from 2014 when they released this image. And the blue aurora, I mean, that isn't an optical image anyway. It was taken in was it infrared or ultraviolet? I don't know. One of those.
You keep saying image because you realize that it's not a photograph, right?
Well, it is a photograph.
No, it's a Photoshop image.
It's all right. It's a Photoshop image composited from two photographs.
Composite. No,
that's a bit suspicious.
That's awkward.
Talk more about that.
So how is that suspicious? You take one image and then you overlay it on top of another image.
No, it just sounded.
Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Yes, I've looked through it.
Have you ever even looked at a planet through a telescope? I mean, they don't look anything like this until you Photoshop it.
Well, we have very good magnification from here because this was taken from a spacecraft close to Jupiter, right? But so we would expect.
Believe that.
Well,
so what did they send it?
That's
the
the
images
explanation
back
for why it looks different to how it would through a amateur telescope on Earth. But we can make out. Hang on, even an amateur can make out bands, these dark and light bands. Amateurs can see the red spot, so we can see this sort of detail. Not as well as this, of course, but we can see it.
How do you wirelessly transmit images 350,000 miles through space?
Well, you use a great big receiving dish, like a big.
Must have a hell of a transmitter.
Okay, so why is that funny? Okay.
What
do you have
hell
an
of a
explanation for why that's hilarious? Go ahead.
Have you ever been at a sporting
just the way
event where
you
they
said it?
So ridiculous.
It's just the way you said it.
Laughter at the sound. It's that simple. It's that simple. If you're trying to receive a very weak signal, you use a great big aerial. It's it really isn't a joke. It's
so the distance is proportional to the size of the receiver.
You're still using this. You're still using this for your proofs. This is your number one proof. Sticks in the sand.
Yes, it is. That's the killer. Ranty, you're going to shut the hangout down if you leave that up. That's the killer right there.
It's number one. I guess it's number one in the sense that it's kind of the first one that people refer to. But it's still.
Quag is still doing that right now. Fight the Flat Earth. He's doing that test right now.
Oh, well, people have done it, haven't they? A number of people have done it.
It leads to a non-unique solution.
Doesn't it just prove a shadow?
It does.
That's absurd.
You want to believe that? I don't really care. Doesn't really bother me.
I can't see how that proves the Earth is.
There's lots of other ways we know the Earth's a globe. If you want to say, Tosthenes didn't exist.
I'll tell you what. B-Ball for Life's given a super chat for Right the Hand to ask this question. Well, he wants a question to be asked to him. So have Right the Hand. Today.
Okay, got it. I wasn't sure if it was yesterday. Okay,
he says, have Right the Hand explain a phenomenon that works on flat Earth.
All of them.
Shoe.
Yeah. Water being contained into a depressed Earth. You cut a big hole out of the Earth, you fill it up with water. Bam, done. Not only explained, but demonstrated. Okay, now show me this ball of water. I mean,
but
simple, one phenomenon,
man. I don't know. A phenomenon would be things like
you must be so proud.
Even just something like lightning.
Ranty, in response to the space communication, it really doesn't take much transmitting power to get through space. There's no attenuation of an electromagnetic signal going through space. All you have is dispersion of the signal.
Have you been to space, George?
George has been to space, yeah.
So what?
Have you been to space? Do you know what it's made of up there?
What difference does that make? I mean, you've got Maxwell's equations that shows you how electromagnetic waves propagate. The TV signal in 1969 from the moon was beamed down to Earth using a transmitter of 10 watts. It doesn't take much transmitting power whatsoever.
But George, correct Gem Panda in what he said. The size of the dish is not going to allow better reception, right? Correct what he said.
Have you ever been to a
great
sporting
big
event? They have a giant truck out there transmitting the TV signal. I mean, it's a massive amount of power.
Hang on, just before we go any further, I wasn't incorrect. That's absolutely correct. You want to receive a weak signal. You need you want a big dish aerial, right?
A parabolic dish's gain goes as proportional as to its diameter squared.
Right.
How do you transmit a signal through the Van Allen belts and the ionic?
Van Allen belts do not affect electromagnetic signals.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
they aren't intense enough to really affect the signals.
Have you tested any of this stuff to know? Have you ever put something 200,000 miles up and tested it?
Yeah, exactly. Let's run through the math and tell us how weak the signal is. What would the SNR be? And then what size would that dish need to be to focus that signal?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. That's what we know you don't know.
Why would I need to know that? Why is that?
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement that a weak signal can be recovered by a very large dish.
Yeah. So why does that general principle that I expressed? Why is it for that to be true? It now hang on. Let me finish. It now requires that I know some specific details about a specific radio transmission that happened 50 years ago. And if I can't just recall those details from memory, then you can dismiss that general principle that a large dish is useful when trying to receive a weak signal, because you're desperately trying to make it wrong now, because you've just said, oh, George, tell Jem he was wrong, when actually I was right. And now you're feeling a bit silly, so you're desperately trying to find a way to make it wrong. So now it's wrong if I can't recall these specific details. Good logic.
Also keep in mind that before satellite TV, for terrestrial TV reception, people had to have very large Yagi aerials at their home in order to receive signals 100, 200 miles away. Now you have very little dish receiving signals from a satellite up at 20-some thousand miles away from the Earth, because there's very little attenuation. There's negligible attenuation going through space from a satellite. And you can receive your signals with a 3-foot dish, whereas prior to satellite TV, you had to have these monster Yagi antennas mounted on a mast above on the roof of your home in order to receive an acceptable TV signal.
Right, so you get an increase in SNR. No one argues that the dish, but our whole point.
Well, you were arguing that.
No, before we got into that was that the signal is so weak. How could we even expect to even recover it at all?
No, it's not that weak. Again, there isn't any attenuation going through space. All you have is dispersion of the signal, which goes as 1/r squared. For every doubling of the distance, you lose about 3 dB of your signal, and by the time you get out, say, to 100,000 miles, you only lose 3 dB for the next 100,000 miles, and then you lose 3 dB going the next 200,000 miles. It's not that much of an attenuation.
You can't prove that, though. All of those numbers are based.
It's easy to prove.
No, hold on. All of those numbers are based on sub 100,000 foot elevations, which you then just assume they're going to follow their current mantras.
What he said was incorrect anyway. Just the numbers.
Correct from your zenith in going up. You're not going through mountains. You're not going through buildings or trees or vegetation. You're not receiving signals along the surface of the Earth. You're receiving them from overhead.
And for
how do you know where the signal's coming from?
For these long-range transmissions, they use the Deep Space Network, which is 3 72-meter dishes. In fact, I think one of them's a bit bigger.
How do you know the signal's not coming from the side? How do you know it's coming from the sky?
Because dish antennas are very directive. They have a very narrow beam, and you cannot receive signals from the side of a
No, hold on. That's not what. Picture you had this signal swirling. Okay, now picture it's not beaming down, but it's going. Hold on.
No,
picture it's being transmitted. Hold on, you're interrupting. Well, I'll explain if you don't interrupt. This is why keeping your mouth shut is important, George. So picture you had a whole bunch of suspended balloons in a circle around the Earth, and instead of transmitting signals down, they created a circle, right? This circular network that you could point at from any spot. So all you had to do was point your satellite dish into this halo-like ring of information. Now, if you pointed it towards the middle, which is still up, you wouldn't get anything, but you get this halo ring of information. So that's an explanation that would work and can be demonstrated now.
And
so
it's completely ad hoc, and you have absolutely no reason to believe it to be true.
I see that this is right for him. I mean, I'm out of here. This guy is dumber than a box of shit.
Okay, goodbye, George.
I mean, that's just
because I just put forth. Yeah.
Well, it's
it's
a completely ad hoc explanation, and you have no evidence to believe it to be true. So it's just so what? Anyone can make up stories. So what?
Okay. Well, no, the question was,
do you have any reason to believe the story?
Here, let me explain. Stop being okay. Let me speak and be triggered. Why do I believe what I just said? Because, as I said, I can demonstrate a balloon being suspended and holding something above the Earth. I can demonstrate that. You cannot demonstrate that something is falling continuously in a circle. So you don't have anything in reality to base what you believe. I do.
Well, actually, you don't, because if you...
balloons
hang on,
don't
let me finish. Let me finish. I only said one phrase, and you cut me off.
You just said balloons aren't real.
Mister, I had to teach them manners, okay?
Yeah. Hold on.
Don't interrupt me. Please, let me make this point, okay? First of all, you would have, for a high-altitude balloon, like you've just described, you would have a similar evidence to me for a spacecraft. You wouldn't be able to go where the high altitude balloon is, as you require all the time for spacecraft, and you probably wouldn't be able to show me a very good picture of it either. Not any better than I could show you of a spacecraft. So I don't think you'd have any more evidence than that. Plus, what you proposed requires a lot more than you launching a single balloon, as you well know. So launching a single balloon does not establish in any way the ability of what you just described to work, and it doesn't give you any reason to believe that such a thing is actually in operation. Just because you're able to launch a balloon is not a reason to believe there is a ring of static balloons around the Earth. That's nonsense.
Okay, so let me respond to that. So when you give us this idea of satellites, you say there are metal objects above our head that are falling. Now, they fall continuously in a circle. Now, if I ask for any sort of demonstration that that's possible, you can't do it. You just have to default that looking up, and that's what it is. Now, with my explanation, I can take a balloon and I can tie a light object to it and watch it float and be like, look, that's what I mean. Just right there. You see that balloon going up right here in front of you? That's the technology I'm talking about. Now, your technology, this orbital satellite falling perpetually, show me it, and you can't. So that's why yours is just
how could I not do that in exactly the same way as you've just described with a balloon? I'd say, look, there's my
show me a rocket.
There's my satellite on top of that rocket. There's the rocket going up. Look, you can see it. Now you can see the first stage falling back to Earth. You can see the rest of it. Now you can see the second stage ejecting the satellite. Here's the video of the satellite being deployed. Of course, I can show you all of that just in the same way.
Video. A video.
Just,
so you have to go to video.
I can actually show it to you, and you've just got a story that you might that if you could show it to me, it would be valuable. Well, if you could, it would, but you can't, and I can.
Okay, so I can show you. I have shown. I can show you a balloon going up. Now you said you can watch the rocket go up, the stage one come back down. Yeah, because everything that goes up with fuel, a fuel source, will run out of fuel eventually and come back down, falling to the ground. Now, what you're trying to get us to believe, with some kind of magical hand wave verbiage, is that something can continuously move without no fuel or energy input. It's just moving continuously. Now, I'm going to say that's a bold, outrageous claim because it sounds like perpetual motion. So without just looking up to the sky with faith and blind belief in what you've been told, demonstrate this mechanic here on Earth.
Oh, it's conservation of momentum, isn't it? There's nothing to say.
That's just words. Show me. You're just saying words.
Oh, hold on.
Conservation of momentum.
All I can do in a Skype conversation is say words, dude. That's all you're ever going to get from me. So
okay, but here, let me explain.
Because all I'm doing is saying words is silly.
No.
And once again,
Okay, so let me rephrase.
Once again, Mr. Manners,
Okay, maybe you're not understanding.
Okay,
No, you're not understanding. Because when I explain, hold on, listen. Maybe you're not understanding.
Let me finish.
When I explained the balloon example,
and then when I finish
when I explained, Jem,
hold on,
Calm down.
When I explained my balloon example, I did.
Why are you talking again?
When I explained
why is it your turn to speak after you've just?
When I was explaining my balloon example, I used an actual thing. You just said conservation of momentum. So that's not anything you demonstrated.
That's all I had time to say before you interrupted me.
So show me orbits. Show me orbits. Now show them to me. So show me them. Go. Show me them. Let's see them. Let's see these orbits. Where are they?
Come
on, Jem. Come on.
We're not
Come on. You have nothing. You said conservation of momentum. Now show me these perpetual motion orbits. Or shut the fuck up and say they don't exist.
Does anybody else want to ask a question?
No, I want you to. So are you conceding?
I'm
is this
not,
a concession
I'm not going to engage with you. Wait, come on.
Okay. Just run away. Run away. Go run away. Go away. He's got to run too. They all got to run. That's all they can do. This is why I'm here. I'm showing you these people, these ballers. They'll come in tough, right? They heard us talking shit on the memes. Look at this. Yeah, that's off to space. Back down. They heard all this shit.
Ranty, why do you let them do this?
You're gonna be quiet.
What's
why
happening?
are you letting people out?
Jem, you got it quiet. You can't just come in screaming, Jem. You have to be quiet. Jem, don't just start screaming. But don't just behave. I was
okay. So
Panda,
hold on.
Relax,
right. Okay.
Relax,
you have to stop when somebody else is talking.
Please
explain why he's letting right hand mute people and eject people.
Because you're over talking
about 6 times and ejected
because
me
you're
twice.
over talking.
Right.
Well,
because
please
you're over talking.
Hold
I
on.
have to keep pointing out. You're over talking.
Is my
You
mic
spoke.
dead?
You asked me a question. I tried to respond.
Hello?
I got
Look,
3
you
words
can't
out,
stop.
and you instantly interrupted
Jem,
me,
stop
telling me
talking.
my answer wasn't sufficient when I hadn't
Stop
even had a
talking.
chance to give an answer. And then when I objected to this, you removed me from the call again. Now, why do you...
Go. Speak, Ranty.
All right,
why do
guys.
you
Right.
tell me-
Guys. Listen.
Jem, you have to stop.
Hold on.
Jem.
Hold on. Right,
Ranty,
please.
you don't want me here
Everybody
to
needs to be quiet. Everybody
Jem,
listen to me. Everybody needs to be
he-
quiet. I think my mic is a bit fucked right now because I keep getting talked over every time I try to speak. Please don't throw anyone out of the call. You know, I mean, we're all here to debate. We've obviously got different sides of the argument here, and it's clear. It's
he's
clear
not
that,
here to debate.
Well, it's,
Right.
He's just here to look.
It's okay. Just let me say one thing.
well, to be fair, in
Ranty's talking, Jem. Stop talking, Ranty is.
In fairness to Jem, he did come on to talk about the moon landing, the moon lander, which we've still not got to yet, actually, and why that ramshackle thing supposedly made it to the moon. But you know, I mean, it's all well and good. You know, people come on here, they come to debate, they come to talk. Jem is one of the most researched people about the moon landings, if you believe that. So it's only right that if you've got a question about this kind of stuff, and it seems that there is a question on the table, that you might want to, if you don't know it right now, Jem, maybe come back another time. You know.
You need orbits for the moon landing. So show me orbits, because the moon landing requires orbits.
For me again, Ranty. Am I going to get
okay.
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 We're waiting for
I've
these
got
orbits.
one thing to say.
Okay.
Which is, I'm very sorry that you let Right the Hand control the call in the way that you did. He's muted me multiple times. He's removed me from it 3 times. I'm not
going
going
to
to
talk orbits.
continue.
You're going to go off on he's going off on a personal rant against me instead of discussing the topic, which is orbits. We don't want to hear your personal rant against me, Jem. Nobody wants to hear your personal rant against me. We want to hear you demonstrate fucking orbits. Personal attacks are going to get you nowhere. I'm not going to just sit here and let you personally attack me when I pose the question to you, which is demonstrate the fact that orbits are possible. Don't just say, well, the conservation of momentum allows them. That's not demonstrating them. That's just showing us your religious beliefs in something that you can't demonstrate. And this is why I'm not going to sit here and let him just berate on my character, just talk about me because he can't prove an orbit. This is the point. This is why I'm here, to show that when they can't prove what they have, they just get triggered and start attacking you. So he knows he can't prove an orbit. I can show you a balloon. I can show you how a balloon can make a satellite. He'll never show you an orbit. And this is why he's triggered. This is why he had to overtalk. Sorry, Ranty, man, but he's just triggered. He can't behave. They can't behave themselves, man.
Right. So
I was in Gem's server. I told you. I'll go listen back.
Yeah, obviously this is something. This goes back, between you two. Obviously, you've had
It's just about being civil.
A bee in your bonnet about him.
You got to be civil.
Yes, yeah, you've got to be civil, but
he can't be civil.
Yeah, but one thing as well, please don't kick him out of the show.
Sure, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. But it's just like at a certain point, you got to start smacking hands. You got to be like, look, Gem, I know nobody's ever disciplined that man. Like in his server, he just overtalks, curved overtalks. You go in there, that server sounds like the exact same shit show it did 5 years ago, because there's absolutely no discipline. Nobody is ever going to say that curved can't interrupt somebody because you're a fucking asshole. Show me. It's just, this is their outlet. They get this. I knew there were going to be ballers coming on. I didn't want to say it. I was actually going to tell you, Ranty, just start talking shit about the ball. Ballers will come on. They have to. It's like you spray the perfume and they come swarming in. Their religion is being attacked. They have to come to it.
Right. Dude, check this out. That when the government says put a mask on, they're like, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full. But when they come on here, they can't stop talking. When we speak. So there's some hypocrisy there.
Well, let me do a shout out to Rob Keelan, who says this is epic, Ranty, freaking epic. Share your pain, ballers. Thank you very much for the super chat. And Aaron Armstrong says, Ranty, you're allowing Right the Hand to ruin your show or run your show. No, at the end of the day, I try to let people, off with as many things as I can do here. At the end of the day, it's a passionate subject. In a lot of places you get censored. So here I'm trying to not censor that. As daft as it sounds when Right the Hand's trying to kick people out, but he's not kicking people out because they're not answering. Well, he is. It's weird. It's a different situation.
It would have been funny to hear him go through the full explanation of that burning tent that they think went to the moon. That would have been funny, but
one thing I will be looking for is Google. Is it Meets that they have? Google Meet, what Jose puts out. I'm thinking of trying to incorporate that so that I can bring people on through that means. And I don't think anybody can be muted on that. I think they just, it's down to the channel owner that decides what goes on.
Hey, Ranty.
Yeah.
Ranty, do we have 2 minutes? I have the experiment to propose to the bowlers.
Sure, fire away. Are you presenting your screen?
It's the link is in the chat.
In the chat, okay.
Ballers don't like practical demonstrations. This might be a problem. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the experiment. One of the leaders, bowlers, is proposing. So I just cut and now I will present to you.
Okay, so can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, I'll play it. Is there any volume on it or anything?
Yeah, they will talk something. It's short.
And the spaceship settled into orbit around the
we can hear it.
Put a baseball in orbit.
Can you hear that? No?
No.
Okay, hang on. Let me start. Let me reshare them. One sec. Here we go. Right, you should be able to hear this now. Here we go.
And the spaceship settled into orbit around the asteroid. You can put a baseball in orbit around me if you're in space. There's enough gravity.
Okay, this is it. This is it. Now, he said, you can put the baseball around me in space. There's enough gravity. I want to show this to the people in space. When they are in space to perform this, they should take a baseball ball and just show the orbit around them.
Alright, okay, fair enough. So that's what he's proposing?
Yeah, and he's Stephen Petranek. So he know what he's talking. He's not a flat earther.
Okay. Do you want me to post that link to your channel? I'll put it in now. Hopefully people will head on over there and watch it and subscribe. Let me pop that in there. So, is there anything else you want to say about that?
This is a practical experiment to show the orbits.
But how's it practical for us? Everything that is put out. Everything that's put out by NASA or these space agencies. How do we know what they're showing is true?
Exactly. We keep them to their words. They're saying, okay, we are flying to space. Okay, show us some video, some pictures, bring some rocks. Nothing,
Joci, one point on that. Either they everything that they're telling us is true and they don't want to show us properly, or they could have done lots of different things to prove that it's what it is. So that, that's a very slim chance at this point that it's real, but they're just not showing us that it's real. So,
no, I don't believe. Like we say at the beginning, they should have billions of proof.
Agreed. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
And they have nothing, but really nothing, not just for say, nothing. Stories, and I missed the George because somebody was telling, you are telling stories to us. Like, who is telling bigger stories than George and Rumpus and people like them? They're inventing, they're lying, they're doing everything, So who is telling the stories?
The truth is direct. It's succinct. It's clear. It's obvious in that case.
You don't need to explain the truth. Like, if I drop a rock, I don't need to explain that. It's self-explanatory. The reality is self-explanatory. This is where they come in with like their explanations, because reality doesn't comport to their world beliefs.
Right. Okay. So we've had a
super. Said they're so political.
We've had another super chat. This time it's from Sex Pest Sleeping Warrior. And the super chat says, why do you allow Right the Hand to mute your guests? Well, I've just explained it. I just explained it as best as I could. I don't promote censorship.
Ranty lets it be a free-for-all until it gets out of control. And, look, they're perfectly could boot me. You rejoin, we slap each other around. But at the end of the day, we all got to settle down. And so I think Ranty runs why he does it, because, you got to picture if you're always intervening, the people will never resolve it themselves. You know what I mean? And this has always been Ranty's stance, is just let them fight it out. And you watch how the fight goes.
Dude, this is the last place that you don't get censored, I think, on the whole internet. And I'm not even saying that to be extreme, like, except for like our few little independent channels. Like, I mean, if we don't
even have real audiences.
Like Ranty's come on a panel, that's an open panel. So.
Yeah, I think when I get meets up and running, I'll probably have a little more control over things there. I'll be able to adjust your volumes and stuff, because sometimes some of you sound are much louder than the other. So it'll be better to use that voice banana or something, or whatever it's called. Anyway, to play around with the volumes on that and maybe get a little more control. But there'll be no censorship here.
Ballers hate that. That's the part that they hate the most. They want you to come in here and mute Right the Hand or stop us from looking at these memes or saying something clear and concrete. Then they get angry. So that's what's going on.
We saw what he had, right? Like, they attack. This is what they do. And if given free reign, go into Gem server where there is no moderate. They will attack you constantly. If I can make a recording of the for 10 minutes, I left the room, right? And I come back 5 minutes later, they're still talking about me. Just, that Right the Hand, dishonest piece of shit. I can't be fucking. And I'm just like, bro, like, the anger that just like flows through them, and how like all they'll talk about is other people and how they're crappy, and they never talk about like the model. They never talk about the observations. It's crazy.
Japan said there's no motivation to go back to the moon, but wouldn't it be a great thing for them, for the globeheads, to shut the flat earthers up by going back to the moon?
Yeah, exactly.
Where we can see it from Earth.
Well, just send me up.
Yeah.
Send me to the ISS, and I'll give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
We've had another.
They have like a vomit comet. This goes higher, and it can do like 10-minute dives.
We've had another super chat from.
But Ranty, just so you know, you'll have no legal troubles out there, so maybe we all should go, so to avoid all the problems here. So
Yeah,
that
that's
might
true.
be smart.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. We can escape to space.
Right.
Shout out again to Sex Pest Sleeping Warrior, who says, "This is right the hand show. For fuck's sake, Ranty fool." Right. Okay. Thank you very much for the $7.99 super chat. Much appreciated, there, Sex Pest and Sex Pest Sleeping Warrior. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Jeez.
Back to the memes, guys. Come on. What do we see here?
We see the ball Earth crumbling, you know, but what's the next one?
You don't see the ball Earth crumbling. What do you see?
Oh,
the
the
next
wires.
time,
Yeah, that's a good one.
this is a good, really good, because you don't even need to be some kind of scientist to do this. The upper picture. This is just logical, and if you are working, you are working like this. And what is that thing in the ISS? I have no comment, really.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's meant to be a meme. That's meant to get us to realize that it's fake. That's crazy.
It's so you can't see. You know, it's easier to hide the CGI when it's busy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
Have you seen all the water they throw around
that's-
in that
yeah,
place
true.
as well? Have you seen all the water they throw around in it?
Yeah, I did. I've seen those.
You know, they're having
You said
washing
water,
their,
right?
Yeah, washing their hair,
Yeah.
trying to drink
Yeah.
it, throwing it at each other. I mean, come on. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the last thing you'd want to do in your lifeboat with wires
Yeah.
everywhere and components that are all working to keep you alive. You wouldn't be throwing water around there, would you?
No, dude, no. We wouldn't even wire. I don't even wire my TV and like basic things here like that. Much less.
I would. Right, here's one for a Glover. Right, I want you to get some pieces of equipment, right, like this. Just put it on the wall or some at a toaster or whatever, and throw water at it. Yeah, and see what happens. Right?
Brush your teeth over your toaster. Do that. Yeah.
yeah. Just throw water over. Actually,
wouldn't you have everybody shave their heads so the hair doesn't get caught and everything? Wouldn't there just be like these tumbleweeds of hair that are like floating around the ISS?
That's true too. Yeah.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and flakes of the skin.
Yeah, actually, it would be because depending on how long they're up there, yeah, you would have a lot of that kind of stuff, like in all these wires and crevices and stuff.
Makes me wonder how the Glovers don't look at this and see that water being flung around and think
They know it's ridiculous, man. Jem knows that it's flat. Jem and Rumpus and all these like regulars, George.
Where's health
they're-
and safety when you need them?
You don't think this would
Literally.
pass? You don't think this would pass QHSE inspection, Randy? This looks pretty legit to me.
I think they need to send someone up there to do an inspection of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and make sure that it's safe working environment and all that, you know, in
Yeah.
the vacuum of space.
Check
you know.
the wires for corona. Maybe, you know, it got infected digitally. You never know.
They haven't had one like problem in 20 years. Not one like catastrophic like failure of any
Oh, they did.
you know, any component that
They did. They had a meteorite strike,
It's
didn't
a
they?
pure
They had a meteorite
Yeah,
strike.
that wasn't even a component failure.
No, but he
But
plugged it with
act of
his.
God.
He plugged it with his thumb. He stuck his thumb in the hole. It created a hole the size of his thumb, and he stuck his thumb in it, and he saved the ISS. And then they put some sticky tape over the hole, and that held it back.
Makes sense. You heard what Don Pettit said, right?
What's,
in that,
what's so hard to
interview?
believe about that?
Oh my god. What do you do when you have a leak? Well, you have a leak. That's his answer.
Genius.
Wow. The only thing they can appeal to prove their shape and our surroundings is absurd. So that's not a very solid foundation.
Also, I was looking some videos about submarines, and you see always people running around, something doing, you know. Here they are just playing, doing nothing, and they are basically in worse environment because the air is less dense than water, so it's more easier to seal the water. and they're doing nothing, really. Nothing.
And on top of that, a submarine needs a 50-person staff. And they decommission the submarine every 6 months to do a safety inspection. So it's pulled out of the water and checked over. Come on, a submarine out at sea for 20 years without tightening a bolt or something? That's ridiculous.
This is another problem they have on ISS, falling bolts.
No, I saw one actually. It almost hit me yesterday. I didn't know what it was, but I'm pretty sure it came from space. So
do you see this?
It happens.
See this meme that I've got here?
If they didn't have that, man, they'd have nothing.
This one's good, Ranty. This one is realer than real.
This is realer than real.
This is black humor.
And this is total opposite, because you could replace those words with something completely different if it was a Glober actually saying this. And it would be, you delete the bad posts and I'll save all the people. That would be what a Glober would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I'll delete the virus. Ha 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 ha.
And obviously you've got, you delete the posts and I'll delete the people.
They'll even say, I'll protect the children, because that's what they come here saying. You know, oh, it's abuse to believe, question authority and all that. They genuinely think, some of them, that, this is a dangerous truth. The flat earth, like, ooh. Like, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, they say it's child abuse. I've heard people say it's child abuse to tell your kids that the earth is flat and, like, deny science. They love that term, deny science.
Right.
But what is that? What am I denying? Tell me specifically. Science, bro. Your cell phone. You deny how your cell... No. I'm using the cell phone. How the fuck can I deny it?
Ballers are really obsessed with kids, man. They have a very strange obsession with children and, like, saying, oh, we're acting like kids, and keep bringing up kids over and over again. It's like, they don't know how to have adult conversations, so they keep reverting back to, like, children for some reason.
Because they believe in fairy tales. They have this, like, imagination mentality, It's easy, it's exploitable, and this is all they do. They exploit them. They've been slowly, like, exploited over, like, years, man, decades of, like.
But right the hand, I got a question for you. Just a general thing. Do you think, like, not that we want to ever do this, but do you think some of them actually find it fun to be able to just make up new stories and get a lot of people to, nod and approval? Because they can pretty much make up new stories on the fly, right? Like, almost anything.
Yeah, I think that's like game. That's the only thing that's fun for the elites, is watching us. Because they want to look down on humans, like and that's one of the things, is that if they're like, look at them, if they behave like animals, why shouldn't we treat them like animals? Like, if your dog was shitting in your house all the time, you'd be like, why am I going to keep him in my house? He's an animal. So they get us to do the behavior that they say that they don't want. We don't want people rioting. Then they make people riot so they can control. It's crazy how people It's a psychological thing, man.
So, what do you think of this meme?
I guarantee you, Neil deGrasse Tyson smokes. Like, he just seems like he's spaced out, dude. Literally, like, all these people, I think, are just, like, recreational drug addicts. But I don't know that for a fact. But
he went up in smoke. He just disappeared.
Yeah, I also think he's high.
Yeah, exactly.
B-Ball for Life, he's got a hard-on for Gleem. He says, Ranty, show the document I sent to you and have Gleem read the title and the author. So...
Let's hear the Skype thing again, Ranty. 8 seconds, dude. That's dope.
Okay, yeah, we've got to get him we've got to get him demanding. Hang on.
Today!
Where are we?
What a clown, dude.
Ah. 1 second, guys. Here we go.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
Today.
You can actually take that two ways. You could take it, you need to show everything that he sent you today. Like, everything he sent you today, you should show it. Or everything he sent you, you need to show it today.
Yeah. We need to get Sleeping. We need to get Sleeping Warrior on the case. Let's get Sleeping Warrior on the case. He'll be able to determine what the words of the meanings meant. The meaning of the words.
That's actually a grammatical flaw. That term is not modifying. It's ambiguous what it's modifying. So the ballers don't even know grammar, dude. They struggle with grammar, science, physics. Just having diplomatic conversations. They're animals. They're degenerates.
Yeah, I will say about this exact paper though. Exactly, I put it this way. I've just made you get paid that, and I don't want that at all. But I love that. He just paid you for that because he was trying to get your attention so desperately.
Is it turbulent ships? Is it?
Yeah, this is basically a flat Earth debunker, a professional scientist who's actually.
You've got a bit of feedback there, mate. Really bad.
Sorry.
You've got
is that better?
You got some. There, that's it. That's better.
No, I just muted.
Yeah, it's all right.
Give me 2 seconds. Is that better?
No.
No, it's somebody else, man.
Are you sure?
It's probably Gem Panda.
Let me mute again and see whether it goes.
Yeah, it goes when.
Panda's ghost.
Yeah, it goes when you put yourself on mute.
Oh, okay. So was Gleem just landing from like a outer space, or?
That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just pushed all the wires in just to make sure. But yeah, either way, just before we go on, thank you, Beeble, for the actual PayPal straight away. That is spot on. Well done. You should do more.
It's super chat. Don't get confused with PayPal and super chats.
Look, Gleem, we're gonna have problems here.
But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of problems. I'm gonna get sued again.
I am not here for any monetary gain or anything. There we go. There's my little sign away, signed Gleem. But anyway, this science and this is what he's begging you to put up. Yeah, the scientist who wrote this paper. Again, I say he's one of the oldest flat Earth. No one knew about him until I actually posted it to Beeble. But literally, this guy Beeble says is a liar. Okay, now this is really weird for me to say that, but I've got to actually go through it in order for you to understand it. This guy, if you remember, Ranty, and please can you confirm this back to me just to confirm my memory, about 2-3 months back, maybe February time, Beeble come on your show and presented a drone footage that had a curvature in. Do you remember that? Yes. Now I wasn't actually live on the show that time. I was in the chat and I was listening to it. Yeah, I went away, and about 2 or 3 days later, I've actually been through about you know when you go back and try to find that particular place. I've been through hundreds of yours over the past few days trying to find the exact point where I've literally gone in there and I've analysed it in Photoshop and found that half of it was flat and half of it was curved, whereas on a globe Earth it would be curved across all the way. So it was very, very cloudy in the sky. So I presented Beeble with a paper which basically says you can only really see the curvature of the Earth or detect it in a photograph if you have a nearly cloud-free sky. Okay. Now, can I present my screen, please, sir? Just to, number one, show Beeble's images. Number two, show the exact papers that he's on about. Yeah, and I don't mind presenting them, of course. But they have been presented on the show either way, or one of them has.
Sure. Gleem, do you want to share your screen today or tomorrow?
I think I might do it today.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
today is always today.
Today.
Today is always today.
Just for in the chat, I have got it loaded up. Don't worry. But anyway, so here we go. So I've done this, and if you can clearly see when you zoom in pixel to pixel, it's completely flat on this side. Because this is him squashing it up, yeah? So this is like a full-on picture that he squashed up and he said, I found curvature in there. And yeah, if you look back from here, it does appear to bend, doesn't it? But if you look right close up, it's also going straight across there. And this is just a cloud in front, yeah? Or something blocking the horizon. Exactly what the scientist says here. It says, visual daytime observations show that the minimum altitude at which curvature of the horizon can be detected, and bear in mind it says reports and photographs up here, but can be detected is at slightly below 35,000 feet, providing that the field of view is wide, which Beeble's actual camera is, it's 83 degrees, I think, and nearly cloud-free. Now, if you look at Beeble's original photo, it's not that, he's got all clouds everywhere in the whole thing. So either way.
That is nearly cloud-free in Bowler's
there,
language.
yeah, just there, right there in the middle. It's actually a triangle, Illuminati. But anyway, so if you can see here, it does look like a curve, and he's touted this as a curve. But what I've done is, I don't know why he didn't choose this. Yeah, but I've gone on his channel and I found another one where he's gone to the same altitude and it's roughly at the same place. Yeah. And you get up to 16, the same altitude, and it's not as curved. Look, he's literally touted.
Are you saying that he's cherry picking?
No, he's not cherry picking. He's literally going against a NASA scientist, bearing in mind, right, this David...
Well, I'm going to say that he's cherry picking.
Well, he only used one photo, yes, to claim this on your show. Okay, so it was your show. It was one video, and he said, "Go watch the video on my channel." But I watched all of his videos using this drone, and this one actually is called Max Altitude. Now, in Photoshop, I don't know if anyone knows how to use it, but I took frames at 700 feet, 900 feet, 14, and the top level where it maxed out. It's in red down there. But if you go right into it, I've done a high pass filter on it. Don't know whether anyone knows Photoshop, but what it does is it kind of reduces the cloud. Okay, it kind of filters that out. Now, if you look dead up here, when I've put them all together and done the squashing effect, and bear in mind this is double the compression he was using. Yeah, so I've squashed this up doubly. You can see this white line here, even though it does appear to slightly bend there in this corner bit, it's dead flat right across.
Oh dear.
Now, also, the reason why it's bent down here is if you can see on the lower ones, there's more cloud in the actual footage. If you see on the actual things here, there's clouds all across the horizon bit here, but not here and not here. But then I caught this highest altitude where there was minimal cloud here. If you look, he's moved along. He's turned to the right. So this bit is actually sun. So that still goes along in a line. But if you look there, it's literally straight across, and it only dips where the cloud is. So again, I've proven that he is literally touting a cloud as curve. And now I've got to present this because he's paid money to present it. Okay, now David K. Lynch, I'll let you know who he is. You know Andrew Thomas Young.
Oh, yes. But Gleem, sorry, one quick point for the audience, for people who don't know high pass filters. That is something that is going to have a strong bias towards sharp transitions, you know, so it's going to remove the low frequencies, and so that's going to help him isolate those the horizon in that case. So just so people know, that's what you mean. Go for it.
Exactly. Now, this David K. Lynch, Andrew Young, everyone uses him. Basically, he's the refraction guy. Rumpus is his best mate because Rumpus said he schooled him or something. But this David K. Lynch is actually one of his mates. And trust me, this David K. Lynch, I will say, salute to this guy. This guy is probably one of the biggest optics guys in the world. And
next to Rumpus.
Yeah. Sorry. Apologies.
Premier. Right.
That is amazingly timed. That was perfect. But what he's done is he has made it, I don't know why, but he has made it is a point of actually measuring the curvature of Earth and actually debunking flat Earth. And this is back in 2005, so it's before Eric DeBay or any of this new wave, let's say, come along. I didn't even know about it then. Yeah, but he's a fellow in the Optical Society of America. He's worked for Department of Defense, NASA, all the majors. He is probably, I haven't come across someone bigger than him other than Andrew Young in the optics and light sector. Now, what he's done is, forget the curve. This is actually, he knows this is not the curve. Yeah. But what he's actually doing is measuring the triangle from this photo of the actual wake. And what he's saying is, due to perspective, it should come to a triangle if you are on a flat Earth. And because it doesn't, because it falls short that little notch up there, that means it's a globe. So he does all his calculations. Same thing. Now, it's so ironic that the guy who just paid you money to get this shown on your channel, okay, literally denies his other paper here, where you go down to the conclusion, and trust me, he was on Jose's the other day, embarrassing himself, saying, Gleem, it's all about the eye. You're an idiot. It's all about the naked eye. Now, bear in mind, you are not going to believe this because you're flat earthers, but I'm going to read it. So, in view of the agreement between visual observations, measurements of photographs, and theoretical curvatures, it seems well established that the curvature of Earth is reasonably well understood and can be measured from photographs. The threshold elevation for detecting the curve would seem to be somewhat less than 35,000 foot, but not as low as 14,000 foot. Photographically, curvature may be measurable as low as 20,000 foot. Beeble's is 1,600 foot, 10 times less than what the guy is saying is the minimum. And he's flogging off a cloud as curve. Now, I don't know why you globers have to lie and do all of this. It really, really puzzles me. That is one thing that I'm completely confused about. Why lie? Why is there any need to lie to support the globe Earth if the globe Earth is true in your heart?
Correct.
Done.
Absolutely. Why do they have to keep resorting to optical tricks? You know, all these little, you know, clouds, distortion, all this kind of should be evident, self-evident.
Compression.
Squishing images. Boats disappearing bottom up, which can be explained on a flat plane. Check your Skype, Ranty. Check your Skype.
Okay, I'm checking the Skype. I'm checking the Skype. Right, so
B-Ball's gonna panic, dude. He's gonna send you more videos, more memes.
No, the harsh thing is that Al K done this salty thing. You see me chatting with Bo Nielsen in Jose's chat, and I was talking about this, and I said, look, Globers do it all the time. They palm stuff off that's a blatant lie as fact, and I use B-Ball as an excuse. And he goes, nah, you wouldn't do that. So I goes, B-Ball, did you show a drone at 1,600 foot with this? Bearing in mind, I'll give him Bo the actual paper, and he said, yeah. So I was like, well, there we go. There's your example. Now, Al K saw that. He's taken all the little snippets from the side chat. He's created a 20-minute video. Now, I don't know whether any of you make videos, but it doesn't take 20 minutes to do a 20-minute video. He's taken 2 hours going through, slating me through all our previous exchanges, all salty Xing, and then jumped on this exact same thing, saying that that is curve, 100% curve, and you're an idiot for thinking it isn't. And I'm putting across my point, saying, look, I'm giving you guys mainstream science here. You should be backing this. Yeah, but you're literally telling me and flying in the face of it, saying it's wrong. They didn't do a good enough study. The top boy of their science that they trust did not do a good enough study. It's 2 YouTubers basically on YouTube can chuck up a drone 1,600 foot and debunk a scientist who does an extensive paper. He literally went on 2 mountains over 10,000 foot and couldn't detect it using a camera. Hilarious. And they've got it at 1/10 of the distance.
Ranty, stop being dishonest and show all the stuff I sent today.
That will never not be funny. Always.
He wants me to play this video. Gleem, are you ready?
Do it. No, do it. It would just be name calling of me and calling me dishonest and cherry picking other things that I said against Brenda. Blah, blah, blah. Do it. I love it. I love this.
Let's see.
What's up, Earthlings? First of all, I want to give a big shout out to my boy Al K, who recently made an awesome video regarding our good friend Gleem. So head over to his channel and check it out. The link will be in the description. So our good friend Gleem is back at it again. This time he's claiming that my video where I show the curvature of the Earth from my drone is a lie, because apparently he found a paper titled Visibly Discerning the Curvature of the Earth by a gentleman named David K. Lynch. In this document, which I'll link in the description, he talks about being able to see the curvature through optics and at various heights. Also, he speaks about barrel distortion and how it plays a role when people claim to see the curvature of the Earth with their cameras. What Gleem doesn't understand is that this document is talking about being able to see the curvature of the Earth through optics and the naked eye, not about using the image compression method to validate the curvature, which is what I did in my video. Now, Gleem loves to use documents and citations that literally debunk all of his flat Earth claims, and this one is no exception. In one part of the document, it clearly states, and I quote, "We know if we get high enough, i.e. from space, the curvature of the Earth is evident." And in another part of the document, it states, "High altitude physicist and experienced sky observer David Gutierrez reported that as his B-57 ascends, the curvature of the horizon does not become readily sensible until about 50,000 feet, and that at 60,000 feet, the curvature is obvious." Now, We all know that Gleem claims that he's not a flat earther. So I don't understand why exactly he's still trying to argue against the globe. Because this document states that curvature cannot be discernible below 20,000 feet, Gleem asserts that my observation, where I observed the curvature at 1,600 feet, is not valid. The problem that Gleem runs into is that my image was compressed, and my drone has very minimal barrel distortion. Now Gleem, let me go ahead and break this down for you, since you fail to understand simple demonstrations. If a camera or lens has barrel distortion, that means that everything above the center of frame is going to bend upwards, meaning any straight line is going to look convex above the center of frame. Any line below the center of frame is going to be concave. In my image, I was able to demonstrate a convex horizon at the upper part of the frame, in the middle part of the frame, and the lower part of the frame, which completely rules out the claim of barrel distortion, creating the curvature in the horizon. When using the image compression technique, the viewer needs to be a significant height above sea level in order to be able to get the curvature effect when compressing the image. As you see in this picture, my drone was about 17 feet above sea level. And when the image was compressed, there was no discernible curvature. In this next image, which was taken seconds after the first image, the drone was at an elevation of 650 feet above sea level. And as you can see, when the image is compressed, the horizon is curved. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Okay, well, yeah, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and all that stuff. But I just want to ask a question here. How much of what percentage of the horizon do you think he's captured in this small frame here from 15 feet?
I mean, if I can just rebut that and just basically say barrel distortion was never, ever, ever my claim. He's literally distracted it and basically said that I said barrel distortion when I never did. Always my argument on your show in February was he's covered it up with a cloud, and it always has been. And he's literally, him and Al-K have both said, you're stupid because you're talking about barrel distortion. I'm like,
they don't even know what a high pass filter is. They're just idiots.
Well, they don't he doesn't even know what percentage of the the distance he's actually capturing. What he's actually taking an image of. I mean, here this could be like 3% of a 360-degree circle. When you go up to the heights up here, suddenly he's got 50% or 70% of the 360 degree.
He didn't do the maths. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. And just to clear up what he says in his video, he goes, I'm puzzled. Gleem is not a flat earther, and he's promoting this paper about the globe. And I swear, Beeble, you all know, Ranty, you know, right, that at the end of the day, I don't believe in either model. Yeah, and I don't care. I'm here for a debate and I'm here for a laugh. Yeah. And I'm here for exactly this analysis, to pull up people who are stupidly lying, and they're basically helping flat earthers. They're recruiting flat earthers by lying.
Agreed.
And
I guess it's a really good
I'd agree
point.
with that.
I don't care.
How
care.
it doesn't add up to 360. It would have to add up to 360. If you took 1% of the Earth and it was 2 degrees, you have to make the whole 360. So if you're saying you see curve in X amount of Earth, then the rest of the curve must be there. So if any of the angles are off, they're wrong. Great work, Gleem.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can see in the video there, he still shows that cloudy one. But yeah, he's promoting the paper. And put it this way, I can put on a globe earth hat and I can say, yeah, I'm a globe earther. I believe the globe earth is a curve, and watch him actually take that out of context now, because he's done that many a times with Brenda and stuff, conversations I've had, those quotes that were in there. I know nothing about refraction and this, that and the other. That was an argument with Brenda when Brenda was telling me that, and I was repeating that back once 6 globe earthers had just debunked her and told her to shut up. But anyway.
That's actually, I would say that's their best argument at this point, is squishing images. I'll be like, just if I was a baller for a minute, that's probably what I would do, because I don't think, and the bottom up thing, it's 50-50. It could work on both if you have curvy rays, just to be fair to their nonsense, even though we don't necessarily agree with it. But everything can kind of work on both, but or obviously flat Earth, very, very strong bias. But yeah, I'd be squishing images until I'm blue in the face.
But my whole point that he completely misses, and we understand, or everyone will understand this, he is purposely avoiding it, and he's purposely trying to switch the actual topic, which is barrel distortion. Never mentioned it, never even claimed that. But if I say to him, right, I've got a NASA scientist here that disagrees with you, yeah, normally a scientist or anyone interested in science would say, okay, I'll be interested in that, I'll read that. What he actually done is desperately went on Jose's and said, Gleem, you're an idiot. That whole paper is about the naked eye. And that citation that he just read was about the naked eye, because he's done little sections. You know what scientists do? They do sections in their papers. One of them's about the naked eye. One of them's about recording it with cameras. Now, in that cameras bit, that section, he actually compresses it. Yeah? And what he actually says is he dismisses any sea level reports of showing any curvature whatsoever as barrel distortion or too indiscernible. Now, the reason why he made that decision is because he went up on two 10,000 foot mountains, took a photograph, and still couldn't discern the curve of the Earth measuring the photograph. Now, what Beeble's key thing now here is to say that David Lynch, this NASA scientist, forgot to compress his image and check whether there is curve when he compressed it, which is hilarious. It's literally saying, yeah, this NASA scientist does not do a good job at science. And that's hilarious. And still, his ego will not allow him to just go, okay, Gleem, I'll take another one, or I'll go out there and do it again. Something like Chris Berry would do. You know what I mean? Chris Berry would take it on the chin and go, okay, you don't like that, or plain truth. You don't like that, I'll go and try it again. But no, Beeble's like, no, that one photo proves it all. Done. We're going to make 2 videos on you, Gleem. You're an idiot. They
don't go one step deeper, like much less 10 steps deeper, which real math scientist people do. So there's got to be something else going on, you know, if they won't do 1 or 2 steps, you know, more detail. So
that's it. He's done nothing. All he's done is chucked a drone up. A YouTuber has chucked a drone up. If I asked him the question himself, who would you trust, a NASA scientist or someone on YouTube chucking a drone up? He personally, I would assume he would have to say a NASA scientist, because you don't get your science from YouTube. That's a standard common theme throughout the whole of this debate.
Yeah. Oh, we know no one can learn anything on YouTube.
but I mean that
ridiculous.
Is the rhetoric. Yeah, it's rhetoric. It's all
that photo there, Ranty. So I'd like somebody to explain that to me on the ball model. If the other half of the moon was there, you would see it with the infrared photography and stuff. You would see the rest of it, but there's nothing there.
They don't like this image.
No, they don't.
No, I bet they don't.
They believe the sun illuminates the moon.
You can't argue with that. You can't. You know, this is why they use these kinds of techniques, because you can see underneath the atmosphere. You can see things that you can't normally see with your naked eye. So they use these kinds of techniques to see what's actually there. So come on, guys, tell me, where is the other half of the moon?
They say it's not illuminated with light.
It's underloomed.
Doesn't need to be.
It's an underlooming phenomenon. I'd like to hear their explanation. Actually, it might be funny.
Yeah, it's just like when George was saying before that down on the ball is towards the center of the Earth. It's like, well, yeah, if you want to assume you're on a ball, then yes, of course, that's what you would say. We're saying, prove to us you're on that ball first. You know, you try and say you've got an R value, but all light is bendy light. You can't draw a tangent to the geometric horizon because we never see it. So the guy who you literally are saying got you your R value had a measurement to somewhere he can't see.
Payge, which way does the compass? Which way is your compass point in Australia? Does it point into outer space, or does it point down into the Earth? Or...
No,
I mean, you're down on
like
the bottom
anywhere
of the ball,
else.
right?
You don't feel. You don't see a forest building it up.
Sorry about that, guys.
we know it's coming, Ranty. Just play it. It's fine.
That's great. Yeah.
If you've never seen this, look at Wonky Bridge here. Look at this Wonky Bridge. Payge,
my goodness.
What do you think of that?
Did Soundly film that?
There's your curve.
What on earth are they
There is one of them
saying
over in East London.
Look at that. Oh,
that looks like a
curve.
freaking ride at like Six Flags. That's
Proof
cool.
of curve, that. Proof of curve, proper.
That's a roller coaster.
Man, it's not even far away. That looks like, what, a mile away, maybe?
That's basically...
You get in a mile. Picture 5-10 miles. You can get and close to ground level? Come on, man. People, these...
Jeez.
Funny. That has probably
it's just
got kink in
getting
it,
ridiculous that these guys won't have a civilized discussion with us, like Jem before just getting triggered, and Rumpus on Nathan's the other day. Scaredy cat, scaredy cat, scaredy cat for like 20 minutes. I mean, what the fuck are we dealing with here, people?
Kids, children. We're literally dealing with children.
Yeah, exactly.
Of themselves. They should be absolutely frigging ashamed of themselves. Telling us we're child abusers when they act like that. What are they teaching their children to behave like? Like that? Wow.
You know what I will say, though? I will say to Beeble, the only one thing I've ever agreed with him on is about Nathan Thompson going to the kids. I totally think that's unacceptable. However, what he's done in his video is
they're your children. It's different.
Yeah, but this is the funny.
I would never go to somebody else's child and tell them.
Nah, this is the cool thing. He's gone to my children's charity, who I used to work for, and taken screenshots of their videos. So why is he going to my children's charity to get screenshots from their recording studio where I've got my photograph on the wall?
God.
You know what I mean?
That's creepy.
Yeah, exactly. And
there's one thing to talk to kids,
and say,
but there's another to take pictures of other people's kids.
I've got people on that video
it's like,
saying I'm a flat earther.
Years old. He's a minor. What are you doing? You know, taking his picture off Facebook. It's like, you people are sick. You're sick in the head, all of you.
Mental. It is mental.
Yeah.
And George going after people's
conspiracy
careers,
cats?
that's scary, dude. We can't be doing stuff
You
like
hear
that.
conspiracy? You hear Shills vs. Shills with that conspiracy cats and his kid?
Yeah, that was
He's
weird,
like talking
dude.
to his daughter.
Super
that
weird.
was, man, you talk about abuse.
Yeah,
like making her fear the model.
RTH,
like,
that's
if you ever become a flat earther.
Dude, that's like MK Ultra Light, you know, like novice edition. That was really weird listening to that, dude. Because he comes across very, like, you know,
his
funny.
child.
Yeah, exactly. With the ball earth, literally.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how you like you first you show the other side as being so horrible, right? And so that if that person, the daughter, never going to want to go over there because she's not going to have her father's approval. It becomes about this that's manipulation, man. That's not proper parenting.
And for girls, that's very important to have their father's approval. That's, see, darling, that's you know, a big thing for little girls. You know, we look up to our fathers and we see them as our heroes. So, yeah, she will be terrified to even look at anything different to what he tells her. And that's awful.
That's an educator talking to his kids like that?
These are the people that are, you know, mainly leftists that want, you know, everything to be inclusive. They want us to accept all these different ideas. They want us to, you know, accept all their weird ass beliefs. But when it comes to letting us believe what we believe, oh no, that can't happen. It's like, they're mental. They are literally insane. Yeah, absolutely.
Because he comes across like funny, you know, making memes. He comes across laid back. Yeah.
Sorry, Ranty, can I just ask, is my sound better? I got new headphones.
Yeah,
so am I causing any?
No, he sounds good.
Oh, good. Okay.
This is how they make it. This is where, you know. This is how they convince people. Like you never show it to them. You start them in an early age.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Professor Phil Bell is doing this exact desperate thing to try and make somehow Beeble right about this. He's saying, "Oh, but did he compress it in his method? Did he compress it in his method?" And I'm like, well, he's got the compression method in the paper. Yeah, so you would have thought he would have used it, and he hasn't got the mountain shots in there, but you would have thought he would have took them. You know, so either way, I mean, they're trying to make out that their own top boy, yeah, literally, David Lynch is the toppest boy that I've seen to measure the curvature, the only paper that everyone references. Professor Phil is now trying to get B-Ball off the hook by saying a NASA scientist doesn't do a proper job. B-Ball does on YouTube. Amazing. Oh, I just love this. I love this. I love this. This is why I'm here.
If we leave the ballers alone, they just all eat each other. So we're the people that are making things, run.
What do you think about this?
If they had so much evidence, why is it so hard for us to get something that's not, weird? Like they have a million excuses for why things look the way they should look on a flat Earth. Oh no, but it's because of this or because of this, or never because it's just flat.
Yep.
Do you think we should visualize Coriolis with the smokes that are being shown here? We've got one from a volcano and one from a steam train.
Ranty, not to correct you, but you mean cornholiolis, right? As George would say.
Corn in the holeless.
Oh God! Check your Skype, Ranty. No, I'm just kidding.
Coriolis is a fantastic thing to get people to understand, because it's something you can demonstrate on a little roundabout or merry-go-round or something like that, and they have to come up with all these excuses of why we don't see it, why it doesn't happen, to planes and hot air balloons and shit like this.
They do a great magic trick. They go, the air is moving with the Earth, so kind of like a stationary Earth. It's weird, because if they're both moving with each other, that would almost feel like neither one was moving.
So if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, then there is no Coriolis effect. So why are they touting Coriolis effect as a proof if you literally wouldn't see it if the atmosphere was moving? Because you need two separate reference frames. That's the whole point. You need something moving and something lifting off that moving thing to cause the apparent deviation. So why are you telling us Coriolis is an effect, a proof of the ball, when you're also saying that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, so therefore there would be no Coriolis?
And they always try and use Newton's laws, right? That things can only move with an external unbalanced force. But how are all these things moving without these external unbalanced forces, like the atmosphere, like the Earth itself, and things like a drone in the atmosphere, orbiting, I guess, clouds even, and all that kind of stuff. So the double talk is everywhere.
This is from B-Ball for Life.
Newton's laws were not correct.
This is B-Ball for Life's meme against flat earthers. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Flat earthers' willful ignorance. See no evidence, hear no evidence, spout Bible verses till the proof goes away.
Notice how none of these memes are technical, by the way. All of ours are technical that you put up earlier.
Yeah,
none of them are technical.
Yeah. They're feeling-based memes.
Exactly.
Ours are, evidence-based. And I'd like anybody to pull up a time where I've spouted a Bible verse. That would be interesting.
That's like the cherry
they literally
on top.
hold up straw men. No, you don't need it.
Yeah.
It's there if you want to use it, but that's great. But they will, just like you were saying before with the pancake flying through space, they stick the flat Earth inside their model and then go, see, it can't work. Well, obviously, because that's not what we think is happening.
It's a straw man.
At least get your argument right. Stop straw manning us.
And you see how he used evidence? They didn't use anything specific. Jeb was doing that vague term of evidence. We have evidence. We have mountains and mountains of evidence. You just deny the evidence. And then you go, well, what am I denying? Evidence. And like, well, what? And they don't have it.
Yeah, their evidence. Because it's laughable.
Yeah.
Well, here's his last one. This is the last.
Things they call evidence are laughable.
This is the last one that he's given me. So it says, if you can see the moon from here and you can also see the sun from here, has anyone ever seen the sun in the dead of night? Thought not. Flat Earth debunked. So that's his meme. But
how are you going to see the sun? How are you going to see the sun at night?
They think we live on a cookie. They think we live on a cookie illuminated by a light bulb. That's hilarious, dude.
They think that perspective is non-existent. This is from a God frame of reference, like you'd see all of that anyway. You see 3% of Earth from the ISS 250 miles up. Mad.
Do they understand? Like, if you see the sun, it's daylight. Like, I had this conversation. Somebody, they were talking like, well, when the sun disappears, there's no daylight. Yeah, that's what daylight is, man. If you can see the sun, it's daytime. That's it. Well, why can't you see the sun at night? Because it's nighttime. If you can see the sun, it'd be daytime.
It's right to hand. It's the same. It's the same with the angular size argument. They're like, oh, the sun's moving, it should change size, but you just told me that it's moving. So like, like they literally embed their debunk in their questions. It's so insane, dude. It's so insane.
Yeah, that's what I say. Just
I honestly never thought it would last this long. I didn't think they would hold on this badly for this long.
That's true.
It's just amazing to me. People like Gleem, I can really respect that say, I don't really agree with either, but I can see the flaws in both. That I find extremely honest, and I have a huge amount of respect for that.
And none of us can actually say that the entire Earth is flat until we're the honest ones. We don't say that the entire Earth is flat until we've observed the entire Earth being flat. We just know it's not a globe. And, in the cases 10, 20, 30 miles.
That's why I have globe skeptic on my name. I'm like, Aaron Armstrong's trying to call me a flat earther. I'm like, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a globe skeptic. I don't know what the Earth is. I've never seen the whole thing.
Right, exactly. Unless we go up really high, from a very high vantage point, that's different. Then you can say it. But yeah, it could be a ball with the top cut off. We don't know what the orientation on a big scale.
Pete Shea, he says we're on a stump. We're on the tree stump, right?
Shout out to Aristarchus.
Man, I was having this thought that I even mentioned with the diamonds, but I don't think there's any rocks, right? I think, and you're gonna be like, what, that's crazy, but I think rocks are just since trees were much bigger, the pressure inside was much greater, so the wood became even harder. So if you've ever seen petrified wood, it's like a freaking rock. Now, if you picture just a harder wood petrified, it would be even rockier, right? So I think it's just a rock. I think rocks is wood. And I think they were just
I made a presentation one time when I was working for an oil company, and I said, oil doesn't grow on trees. And then the woman actually corrected me, and she's like, yeah, it actually kind of does. Yeah, which is sick how interconnected everything is, that it is really just decaying sort of over a long period of time.
They want people to think the Earth has a finite amount of resources, and that as humans use those resources, they dwindle, and we're going to end up with nothing. That is an absolute load of shit. The Earth continues to make oil and all these different things continuously, and a lot quicker than they tell you. They want us thinking that we have no power here. We have, it's all just gonna end, and you're nothing, you're worth nothing, and you may as well just do whatever you want because there's no point anyway. There's nothing else out there.
What have we got to say about? What have we got to say about this?
Why not go out drinking? If the world's ending. If the world's ending, let's all have a drink. Fuck it. We're not going to work on the day the world ends.
Without a mask on, dude. No social distancing. That's
who cares?
Are you gonna be a rebel? Go out without your mask?
I'm not wearing a mask. I've decided, because I know that they're mocking us, for sure. If there's any doubt, I know now. So yeah, I
Nobody here wears masks. Nobody in my town. I haven't seen a single person wearing a mask in my town.
That's
everybody wears it. I'm in Gainesville, Florida.
I'll try one if Jim Carrey give it me.
Can you imagine?
I'll try one if Jim give it me.
Can you imagine what it's going to look like at Christmas? So obviously when they've all been out in the sun during the summer, and they're going to have that mask imprint over the face. They'll be brown all around the outside.
Ranty, they want that, dude. That's brilliant. That's what they want. Just a tattooed mask by the sun on their 93 million mile sun on their face. That's perfect.
All I remember is like Americans making fun of Islamic women because the men force them to cover their face.
Yeah,
exactly.
The fucking irony, bro.
Exactly.
Fucking irony.
That is
just
the
like
best.
we were saying about a year ago, they were making laws that you can't wear a mask outside because Antifa were running around with masks on. It's like, well,
the
now
average American is a fruitcake.
Wear
is
one.
a total fruitcake.
Oh, I reckon.
That's crazy.
Just insanity, pure insanity.
It's a beautiful system, like a beautiful system of life.
Oh, classic. In the non-space hardened Tesla with just normal wheels, normal tires with air pressure inside, not space hardened. So why is it so hard to go back to the moon? We should just be able to.
He was prepared.
Send anything up there.
No, he was prepared.
But Payge, those things are blowing up here on Earth. Like just random explosions of the Tesla. You see those articles all the time, but it's sailing around in space perfectly. Like that's absurd.
Mic check.
We're joined by Chris Berry. Chris Berry, you all right there, mate?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Salute, Chris.
Okay, cool.
I feel like the Tesla in space was a moment. That was like when that was when they were kind of biting their nails. Like I don't know if people are gonna believe this. Like,
right.
This is really gonna fuck us up. Like they're gonna catch on with this one. And then the big guy in the chair, like the old one smoking the cigar, he's like, nah.
No, push it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
And they're like, okay, all right. We're
and
putting
then
the
next up, let's get the corona out. Let's do the masks. That works. So yeah, dude, it feels like a big, massive troll just controlling.
Elon knew fine well that was. That's why he said what he said, because he was embarrassed by what they were showing.
Right. Exactly.
It looks so fake.
You know it's real because it looks so fake. So he admitted right there, he knew it looked fake.
Right.
So why is it such a impossible thing for ballers to think that some people could actually think that it did look fake when even he says it looked fake?
Yeah.
How does it look fake? But that's how you know it's real. Like think about that,
so
bro.
Stupid.
It has no logical sense at all.
And people are they're gobbling it up.
Like, let's say a woman gets implants, not to make this conversation lewd, but like no one would apply that logic in any other arena except space, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at how far apart those tits are. They got
real. So real because they look so fake. Like they're real because they look fake.
Most of the time, TMoG's biblical. I just went off the script, but to just put that out there.
Just laugh at it, bro. How I think you're up, Mike, Chris.
Right, we got a bit of.
Ranty's trying to kill the globe tonight, dude. He's trying to destroy the globe today. It's great, dude.
Do you like this meme?
Bro, that's Galileo's telescope. Favorite. Yeah, that's the NASA lander, right? And then like the P900 would be like that supersonic plane, right? Like the Galileo's telescope went to the moon, but that Nikon P100 can only go like 80,000 feet. Yeah, sure.
Hey, Ranty, do you follow Mark Sargent?
Somewhat, bits, yeah.
Are you subbed to him? Have you seen the latest video he posted?
No.
You should watch it real quick with the panel. I'd like your take. It's only like 50 seconds long.
Okay, hang on. Let me try and bring it up.
Yeah.
Ranty, you're close friends with Mark. Why don't we should all talk? Me, you, Mark Sargent, others. It would be good conversation if you can get them.
The one from an hour ago. 52 seconds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, hang on. I'll have to see. I'll have to see if he wants to come on.
If you play the b-ball one first, it'll round out to a minute exact if you want. Just to keep the numbers round, 66060.
Right, here we go. Ready?
Hey guys! We're going to be showing you the shrinking mill today in Port Colborne, and this is a mystery in Canada, Ontario that no one really knows how it works, so let's go. So just keep your eye on that big building back there and watch the size of it as we get closer and closer. Now normally when you drive closer to something, wouldn't you think it gets bigger? But in this case, it shrinks, hence the word the shrinking mill. But watch as you get super duper close.
Ooh, it drops.
Doesn't even make sense. Look how small it is. And we were all the way back down that hill, and no one even knows how that works. It's tiny.
Wow. Okay.
And watch the size of it as we get closer and closer.
That's fun.
Magnifying effect of the atmosphere. That's why the sun doesn't change angular size, because even though it's going to appear smaller, the atmosphere slightly magnifies it, and it perfectly matches.
I've seen the sun looking huge. You see it go down some nights. I used to live on a big lake, and you could watch the sun go down, and some nights it would be massive from all the magnification from the water in the air.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they keep saying the sun doesn't change angular size, because it definitely does. You just have to go and look at it.
They're a bunch of fruitcakes. They don't even test it from different observation points anyway. And even if it didn't, they don't tell us that that's impossible geometrically on a flat Earth, because maybe let's just say hypothetically you're on a point where the sun is moving in a path that is roughly equidistant from the observer. It shouldn't change angular size throughout the day. So these people are just lost. But
I'm trying to figure out how this happens.
Critical thinking skills have been completely taken out of the schooling system. You're taught to memorize and to not. You're not allowed to question your teachers.
But Paige, that's why they always come on here and quiz us. They want to keep holding us to that memorization model. That's why whenever you go on panels, they'll just quiz you, do this, do the derivative, as if that actually solves any kind of solution. So it's that's their paradigm.
Yeah, did you guys hear?
They'll tell you don't understand.
I just want to. Did y'all hear? As the TMoG was on FTF, and FTFE thought he's going to pull one over TMoG on a math question, and he asked him this math question, or I don't even know what it was. It was like an engineering question, basically around who knows, electricity or something that I have no idea about, right? And of course, TMoG's like, well, why are you asking all these questions? Why are you making me run through hoops? And of course, FTFE thinks he's got him. He's like, oh, it's because you don't know, right? You don't know the answer. And then within 5 seconds, TMoG goes and answers it, and FTFE looks like a complete moron.
I don't think he's a nuclear engineer. That's for certain. But yeah, dude, that's really all they have left is kind of to come on here and over talk, yell, quiz us, stuff like that. So to me, that's a flat Earth proof if that's all they got.
Well, it's okay, so you answer this question. Does that mean we win?
Right, exactly.
If you didn't answer it, you're gonna lambast you and roast the hell out of you. But because you answered it, we won all of us. We won. The Earth's flat, right? You got the question right.
Yeah. And notice, Chris, I tried to give them general understanding.
Yeah,
of that
but it doesn't work
frequency.
like that for them, does it?
Yeah, they don't have a clue, dude. Without Wikipedia, they would have nothing to talk about. Really, they'd just be silent.
And that's they're not even coming with anything unique. Anything, when you ask them a question, what you're going to get. You're going to get it's coming from Wikipedia. Well, why is there? Well, because Wikipedia says there's a pressure gradient, and Wikipedia says gravity pulls things, and Wikipedia says this, and you're just like, yo. Yeah. Wikipedia is written by people.
The best thing about Flat Earth are all the people who start thinking about other ways things can work. That's the most fun thing about Flat Earth is everybody being allowed to think differently and come up with different explanations. Isn't that what science is all about? Continuing to move forward, not just saying, oh, we know how everything works, so don't even bother looking. because we already know.
Hey,
exactly.
Look, I've got a bone. I've got a bone to pick with right at the hand, guys. Got a bone.
Off you go.
Slick Wid Nick has sent a super chat, $2 super chat, and he said, "You've lost a sub because of right at the hand. He's a goof. How am I going to get my sub back now?"
One. Gee, I'm sure you're devastated, Ranty.
I'll blame the
One
Russians.
sub, that's
the Russians,
just gotta hurt.
they're always doing these subs in.
Can somebody buy me subs? Is Sleeping Warrior
Yeah,
around?
I was just thinking, dude. Yeah, just use his super chat money to buy yourself 5 subs.
He knows how to do that.
Sleeping Warrior, maybe you could tell us how to buy subs, eh? Wink, wink.
Well, use that $2 I got you to buy a sub, man.
Well, thank you for the super chat anyway, Slick Wid Nick. Much appreciated.
Dude, having lower sub counts is like a compliment in these days. Like, you're more trustworthy. So I'm not saying every big channel's all lies, but I mean that's again their paradigm. Like, he's weakening your channel by going away.
Consensus.
It's like, go
They
away.
are
We don't want
herd sheeple, followers.
Hey, well, think of it this way: if all of my 5,000 subscribers unsubscribed, and as they leave me, they give me a $2 super chat and say that they've lost another sub, I'm not going to be one to turn my nose up.
You wouldn't be like 10 grand, bro.
5,000 times 2. I think that should be a rule, actually. Anybody that's thinking of unsubscribing, they need to super chat to tell me.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then they'll come back a week later.
We actually care. They honestly think that we actually care what they think and feel. Like, these people,
well, I do in a way. I do in a way. I'm not
to a point where you actually think about it all the time, like they do.
Yeah, people leave
where it
and
controls your whole life.
People leave and they come back.
Ranty, just so you know, Shills vs. Shills already has Gem Panda up. He's already cut the first half of this and made a Gem Panda something. So.
Oh right, okay. He's very active.
Gem Panda's a walking, talking meme, dude. Like, just everything he says.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shills vs. Shills, though. That is excellent. Before the streams ended. Classic.
This community's tough, dude. If you slip up, man, like, you'll get smoked, dude.
Oh, everybody's recording stuff. I am being told right now that this is being recorded on probably at least 10 different PCs. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
it controls their lives.
Bro, I told you, this is why you got to be strong. I caught Arwen, bro, man. He was out of place, and like he ran into somebody he shouldn't have ran into, and like I was like, yo, Arwen, like basically like gave him the shit. But like, yo, when you venture out, right, like when you get out of your little echo chamber and you come in here, bro, you're going to be asked hard questions, like, because we're not going to sit there and do the little dance. Oh, the moon, and we'll be like, yo, answer these questions, like, how does this stuff work? And they can't. Then they start getting angry, and then they start getting aggravated, and then this is where you get triggered, man. This is why I'm like,
you took him off script.
Oh, shout out to Cleary as well. Sorry, I just wanted to shout out Cleary. I know he's just left the stream, the panel, but I want to give his channel a shout out. So shout out to Cleary. I'll put his link in the description, guys. Go and watch his channel. Go and watch his stuff. Right, carry on, guys. Sorry.
This is why you can't, like, this is why I had to not get emotionally invested anymore. Like, yeah, I used to be emotionally invested the first year or year and a half, you're with these people, you're like, I can't, but then you're just like, look, man, they're emotionally invested. But why are they emotionally invested? Because they don't have facts.
Dude, I got a question for you. Did someone give you that conversation that you gave to Arwen at some point in your life that helped you, or that just kind of came out?
No, that took like 10 years of me fucking up.
It just sounded like an older brother lecturing their younger brother kind of thing.
Yeah, no,
I found it funny. But.
All my old, like, because here's the thing, like, my dad divorced my mom when I was like 14, and then he left. So I was basically, I moved to Florida like at 21, like after just kind of bouncing around, So like I didn't really have that like steady any real disciplinary figure. So yeah, I fucked up my whole life, and like just kind of not my whole life, but it took me a while to get my shit together. And the moment that
you don't have children, do you, Chris?
No, I didn't. Luckily, I didn't. No, I wasn't gonna. Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring anybody into the world until I was prepared. If I'm like, I'm having trouble, and I'm happy.
That makes a good dad.
if I would have had a kid 10 years ago, he would have learned some bad habits. He would be angry. He would be like, because a lot of the stuff that I wasn't over, like the anger. Look at Jem's not over the anger. All the ballers aren't over their anger. A lot of them. That's why they get so angry, man. Look at just your QE. QE has so much anger. If you have the truth, if you know you're holding the golden nugget, why are you angry? Like I can't. Once I found out I was right and God and I was like, yo, I can't be angry anymore. I know.
It's like water off a duck's back now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, bro, okay.
It just does not bother you anymore because you just in your heart, you're right, and
so they must know they're not. That's what made me realize. I'm like, yo, if they're getting like this, it's because they deep down they don't have it. They don't have that foundation of like they know. This is why they're like iffy. And you can start really like, you can start fucking with them.
We got some more memes, Ranty. We might as well just put the last dagger,
Can I ask for the ones in the side chat? I'll put 3 in the side chat. Yeah, they're standard. They're standard flatty ones.
Check your Skype, Ranty. Master B. Mike, discipline, please.
Today.
These aren't even memes. These are just like facts. It's like
that's true. That's true. It's not even a meme.
That's what makes them so good.
Yeah, it's like fact on pictures.
So that table's got to be curved, right?
I've done this, and even though Globe Earth's perfect response is, yeah, but the floor's all bendy. Yeah, well, now try and find me the most perfectly flat place on anywhere of the surface of Earth. Guarantee you won't. Whether it's sea or whatever.
Gleem, they think my hallway's curved 3 inches. That's what was blocking my ankles, dude. Are you kidding me? Like after that, dude, I was like, nothing will work. Like nothing.
It's a good exercise plan, though, isn't it? If you go up and down your hall,
that's true.
You've got to go over the hump.
Right.
You always got to go uphill. You're always
always, literally, on the baller.
Good workout.
That's why your parents always said I walked to school uphill both ways. See, they thought they lived on a globe.
This one is the best. This one is the best, Ranty. I love this one. Does anyone get Globe Earthers saying, well, the Verrazzo Narrows Bridge actually accounted for Earth's curvature?
Yes, I have heard that. I have.
If you see it there,
yeah, I've heard them say that.
That's it accounting for it. But
bro, when you build a structure that's flat, you're not going to like. My dad used to drive flatbeds. Okay, so a flatbed is not perfectly flat. It's actually bowed like that, so that when you put massive amounts of weight on it, it starts to flatten out. So you won't have a sag. Like this is called, it's engineering.
Yeah, otherwise it would sag in the middle.
Exactly. So they build it with a slight, and the bow, when you build it with a slight bow, it's actually stronger. It has a stronger,
push
it can
on
hold
each
more
of
weight.
the sides. Yeah, it pushes both on the land, doesn't it? Yeah. That's how they built.
Yeah, it's not because of Earth curve.
Yeah, that's it. But the whole thing here is, if you understand, well, I'm no professional or anything like that, but looking on their own wiki page, it basically says there, so we accounted for about an inch worth or a couple of inches of curve. And then they go on to say, oh, yeah, but the actual thermal expansion of the steel, we account for 12-foot difference because that expands and shrinks and contracts through just winter versus summer every year. So it's moving 12 foot, and they've accounted for about 2 inches worth of curve. Cool story. Yeah. It's mental. This is the best one. This is in a NASA brochure. The guy's got his shoes on the wrong feet. Literally, if you look.
Oh my God, he does too.
How the hell do you do that as a NASA astronaut?
An astronaut? Yeah, would you trust an astronaut who can't even put his shoes on the right feet? That shows you it's a dummy. It's a mannequin or something.
That's mad funny.
Bro, do you know how stupid you have to be to put your their feet in the wrong foot?
No, but that helps them moonwalk like Michael Jackson. I think it's a physics thing.
Well, their counter to
There's
this
a reason for it, dude. Just relax.
Their counter for this is that they make the shoes so they fit on both feet.
Oh, you're kidding me. See what I mean about the excuses?
It's so funny though.
No, that's just the outside. The insides are actually curved the other way.
Yeah, it's gravity. It's gravity, but it's bending space shoe.
This is crazy,
oh,
bro.
that is just nonsense.
This is what they have. This is their like legit stuff. They're like, okay, stop joking, guys. Bring out the real stuff. This is it.
Yeah, that's fixing the ISS because we trust him to do that.
Yeah, right.
Doing 17,000 miles an hour or
70,000
something.
miles. Yeah, that's it. No.
Jeez.
All those years of training.
Oh, God. Come on, ballers. You got to admit that is just ludicrous.
Wow. With a big refrigerator on his back. Really? Come on. Oh my gosh, dude. Good riddance. Good riddance.
There's a new show on Netflix at the moment called Space Force, and it's a comedy like The Office, but about Space Force. And they literally, snigger at the name and call each other spacemen and have a good old laugh. But then in one scene, this high up dude is talking about how he feels safer knowing there's these, badass satellites up there that can rain holy hellfire down on our beautiful flat Earth. And he's supposed to be this, high up guy in this Space Force thing.
Yeah, it was mentioned.
And he's literally talking about, flat Earth.
So, but wait, people think satellites are can be weapons as well?
Have you not heard the rod from God?
Yeah.
Have you not heard of You've never heard of the rod from God? The next technology, instead of it being nuclear or explosive based, they were looking into, and I don't know whether it's conspiracy or not. They were looking into. It's basically just having, let's say, a large telescope, which is just basically a carrier of lampposts, let's say. And all they are is just big bits of metal. And what they do is they drop it from a satellite, and just with its own momentum of falling to Earth, it will take out a city.
Really?
Yeah. So it was known as the rod from God, or there was something else to do with God's lightning, or lightning something that was a project. Yeah, some sort of project, but I don't know whether it is fully conspiracy.
That's actually the first time I've heard of that, and never thought about that, really. I've always just thought of them in a communications context, but that's interesting.
Yeah, they're looking into, obviously, with the electromagnetic railgun. Yeah, that doesn't need to actually carry an explosive. Just a big chunk of metal will go straight through a ship if you fire that through it. So it's exactly that. It's reducing cost on the actual explosive or whatever.
But that's a stumbling block for ballers too, because then once you become a flat earther, you start realizing all this beef on the international level, a lot of it is staged, and so they can't accept that because all of their history then gets questioned, and then obviously our current reality. So there's a lot of other issues with becoming a flat earther.
Yeah, I think that was one of them.
Yeah, that one's funny. Yeah.
Actually, you can add one more. You could. It makes things fall. It makes things go up. Right? A helium balloon goes up because of gravity, and so it makes it go up, it makes it fall, and it makes it stay in place. It does it all.
It stabilizes it laterally as well. Yeah, it maintains surface tension on water.
Crazy.
Yeah, but let's not forget
and
that we've got.
And it's not a force, but you can think of it as one.
And let's not forget that everything is attracted to every other form of matter apart from everything, because everything is expanding away from each other due to anti-gravity that we'll call dark sky daddy.
Yeah, and it only started expanding away. It only started expanding away from each other after all of the mass came together to create the strongest possible pulling together force. That's what caused it to come apart. Because when you get all of the matter together in the universe, it will have all of the pulling force in the universe. So they're telling you it pulled itself together with so much power, it exploded apart, which is just retarded.
Now, I will say, I can defend this one. Yeah, Antarctica is such a large place. I don't know whether you know how big it is. It's 1.5. No, wait there. I was just about to get to 1.5 times Europe. Now, there's only 5,000 people living in Antarctica, and there's not enough emergency services dotted all around. So ETOPS put a complete restriction on it just because if you crash or die, no one can get to you. You're dead. Yeah, but space, same story. I mean, no one's coming to get you anyway. You're dead.
No one's coming to get you there either.
You'll never crash. That's the great part. You just float.
Yeah, you never crash. You just fall and miss the earth.
Why do we never see meteorites going up? Why are they always falling from the sky down? Why, like me, I'm supposed to be upside down under you guys. Why don't I ever see, falling shooting stars or meteorites or whatever going in a different direction?
Right. Yep.
It's flat.
Because
things only fall
up is
down.
Up and down is down everywhere.
Yeah, it's not relative.
Up. If you ever see something falling up, like don't use the word falling. Like up is like with some kind of powered. You need some sort of energy to propel something up. It's
aliens should be on this one.
Yeah, ancient technology. Yeah, they went to the moon with a Game Boy, something as strong as a Game Boy, but they can't do it now. Yeah, from a landline. Yeah, from a landline.
But what George was saying, by the way, about the communication from the moon and stuff, like he just pulled those numbers completely out of his rear end. Like, 1/r², and then the losses, per whatever 1,000 miles or something like that. He would never walk through somebody like that. Like, that's crazy,
bro. Because the dish would need to be like 60 miles wide. If you're like, the relationship between you can have a weak signal, but you would just need a really big dish, and it's based on the distance, and you're talking on 250,000 miles, 10 hertz. The dish is going to need to be the size of the moon. You can't carry that with you.
But the whole issue is that the dish doesn't make the signal. It may be able to combine it and get a little bit of improvement, but we were talking about vast distances. That was the whole point of the discussion. I just find it funny that his answer was just a big dish. Which is not what we were talking about.
That picture, that would be like if you had a cup and it was raining and you're just like trying to get all of the information. Like, let me just,
Yeah, it's that analogy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yes, you're going to lose a ton of it. It's just going to go whizzing past you. So
they didn't. Your question actually went over their head when you were talking about how does it even know what signal is getting received. They didn't even know what you were asking, because there is an issue about that. Then, you're talking about a signal going a very, very long distance. Yeah, you can collect it, but then you have to still have an understanding of where that signal came from, because there'd be interference everywhere. It's not like those frequencies are unique to that, communication. Like, those frequencies exist in nature. So I don't even think they understood what you were asking. But sorry, go ahead, Ranty. Is that Gleem? Who are you asking? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Explain this. What is this a real thing or Photoshop?
That isn't real. Yeah, no, that isn't real. Straight away.
That's after they put the moon in our atmosphere.
Oh, sorry. I get it now. Got it.
Yeah, moved the moon. It's now within our atmosphere.
I will say that's contrary, because did you know that everything is moving away from each other? The sun, the Earth-Moon system is moving away from the sun by about 12 centimeters a year, and the moon is moving away from Earth about 4 centimeters a year.
Yeah, exactly. Social distancing.
Wait.
Very slowly. It's just backing away very slowly.
That's messed up.
Are you saying they can tell the difference between 93 million miles and 92,999 and 96 centimeters? Come on.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yeah.
I had this argument on Sean G's to basically say that I think it was SE Montreal, shout out to him. He was taking on about 10 ballers, and they were all going, "You don't know nothing," but he was going, "No, wait, there is something, a medium there that nobody knows about," and they were all laying into him. And I've come in and I've gone, "Nah, he's right. You've just sent up the Parker Solar Probe and you've found something that you didn't know about. So it's an unknown medium up there. So you don't know whether it is slowing light, whether something is going on, whether there is any other thing, any background medium that is interfering with light and slowing it down." And they'll never consider that. It's always free space. And that's what George did on his electric universe debunk. He literally said, right, let's consider space completely, so to say, empty. Obviously a few particles and whatnot, but nothing else influencing it in there. And he made it fail, even though he used the wrong equations. But it's absolutely crazy.
So they hold up a straw man and then they burn that.
Burn that, exactly.
And claim victory. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So even things that don't matter to the shape of the ground, like when we point out weird ass things about the moon, they don't even want to have a discussion about that. It's like, we can't even begin to analyze anything that doesn't add up, because they just don't want to hear. They don't want to hear anything at all.
Because they know what'll happen. If you had an honest discussion, you'd be one of us. Because that's what happened. I had I didn't have anybody there. Like when I first came about flat Earth, it was just me. So I couldn't ask. I couldn't go to somebody and be like, "Yo, I think the Earth is flat," and they were like, "You idiot, the Earth's not flat," and then pull me back in. You know what I mean? I just sat there by myself and was like, well, how can it be upside down people on the Earth? And then it was just like, holy shit, it's not. But yeah, it's it's a lot easier when you don't have anybody to like direct you.
Dude, they always get wrecked here and then go back to their hangouts and then just get their wounds licked by whoever. So that's what they do.
Oh, I guarantee you, Gem is.
Yeah, they just tell each other, oh, they don't understand. Don't worry, they just don't understand. No, we understand what you're saying. We just think you're full of shit. You're just telling us your stories and expecting us to believe them. And we're going, nah, man, your stories don't make any sense. Sorry.
Some are just better liars than others. That's what I chalk it up to now. Some are pretty good. Some are horrible, and some are just trolling. So that's like different categories, but.
I don't know if anybody ever heard this, but see that space shuttle? I've heard people say that it's like a blimp, like it has no means of powering. So like
it's
when they
filled with helium.
It's like a glider basically. So they just come in and glides it in.
That's kind of cool. We built one of those in grade 7. In school, like just a little mock thing, and I thought it was real and. Yeah, it
was real.
Really indoctrinate us, dude. Yeah,
it was just as real as the one they have.
Right.
Yeah, but look at the design difference, bro. I mean, you look at that SR-71, and that thing screams advanced engineering. I mean, look at the symmetry, look at the lines, look at how the engines. And then you look at that thing on the bottom. Look at the back end.
But the top, the top one looks like it's exploiting nature. Like animals or different things that we would see, right? And then that's
like
the way
an
they
insect
move.
or something.
Yeah, the bottom looks like
the top one looks like it's
the
bottom one.
It's sick.
But
dude.
like
that's
you were
crazy.
saying, like you were saying to Jem about them making something look nice. I'm sorry, but yeah, they do care about making something look nice. You look at the 2 astronauts that SpaceX sent up in their last thing, they had a costume designer design their suits, and then get picked up in a little Tesla. You know, everything has to look perfect.
Yeah.
So there's no way they would have just, you know, not cared about that for the moon missions. It's ludicrous to say something that was, you know, the first time it's ever been done, something that humongous, that they're not going to make sure it looks perfect.
They're telling us that thing goes 25,000 miles per hour. What
Bro,
the frig, dude?
If you read about the SR-71, like the cockpit gets like 220 degrees, like because of just the friction, like because this thing is just moving. Even though like with the air is so thin, yeah, but it's going so effing fast and going over so much air that it heats up incredibly. Like that's one of the things that they have to. That's one of the huge things that they deal with. So the pilots need to be in these special
Why
suits.
isn't the ISS heating up?
Well, because the air isn't as thin. But it had to get
if it
there.
does it to that, then it should do it.
Yeah, exactly. If you picture the amount of particles getting hit at 2,000 miles an hour, at 17,000, it would be. But mathematically, I'm sure you can start doing it, and they'd be like, "Oh, but look, it's a." Hey, sorry, little cat.
Oh, doggy had a bit of a yelp.
Now it's my I have a mom and a son cat, and the son's always like picking on the mom and stuff. Or I think it's the other way around. But.
Oh, yeah, I have brother and sister cats, and the brother's always picking on his sisters, chasing them and trying to attack them. Boys.
I feel bad for the ballers because the space part, I think all of us, or some of us, would be like, they would be cool if they could do some of that. You know, not the curvature and all the lies here on Earth, but it would be cool if some of these things that they're doing actually were real. Yeah,
if that was real, that would be so cool. I mean, nobody can deny that, you know, Star Trek and shit like that is fascinating.
Right,
you know,
exactly.
It's
Bro,
so cool.
when Han Solo hit that light speed and everything came, you know, like, oh, come on, bro. Yeah, that was like, man, that's game changers, man. Like you're flying through space so fast that the stars are like lines past you. Yeah, it's just they've captivated them, man. And this is why,
imagine in future generations, though, right? The hand that could be made available to people, dude. Imagine that would be like super sick.
Yeah, they simulate that, and then they get out, and they're like another part of Earth that they've like, you know, or they're past the ice wall, and they think they're on like a different planet. You know, they'd be like they'd come back to swear it was real. You know, and it's all, you know, you could fake.
I had a friend in primary school whose parents were really, really wealthy. And she decided to come to school one day and tell everybody that the little watches that Inspector Gadget and Penny and the dog wear in that cartoon show were real. And she had one. Like, this is what the ballers are doing. They get told a story, a fantasy, and then they carry that on in their brain and think about it so much that they start believing it's all real, that these things can actually happen. And just every time I hear them, it reminds me of this girl that, you know, came to school trying to say she had a watch that, you know, you could, I mean, we've got them now, but we didn't have them back then.
Yeah, I think another interesting thing on the other side of that is when people write books of fiction and they come true in real life. Like the likes of Werner von Braun, the NASA guy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wrote about Elon going to Mars.
Yep.
Yeah, colonizing Mars.
Yeah, interesting,
I mean,
huh?
How coincidental would that be, though? I mean, who would call their kid Elon for a start? I mean, there's probably millions out there, obviously, or hundreds of thousands at least. But who would call their kid Elon?
Like Adam,
who would then grow up to own a space company? You know, it's almost too good to be true.
And
if you
Mars,
know.
not any other. You know, they didn't pick, you know, any other planet. It was Mars.
And you had all those things, obviously, predicting the V word. All those, coming
even
in.
Songs from 2013 talking about in 2020 the coronavirus. Like, what?
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah,
that was crazy.
Crazy. Even for me, like I was like, damn. Like
that blew me away.
He did do an interview on that. I don't know whether anyone watched it, but he did do an interview saying that he didn't physically predict it. It was more because of all the bird flu and whatnot that he coupled that up into coronavirus and doesn't think he's a prophet or anything like that. But he had fun with it.
It was the year.
2020.
It was the year. Yeah,
that's
that
it.
was
To get it right.
What got me.
Yeah, to get it spot on. I mean, you can obviously say statistical analysis and someone's bound to be right, but that is too spot on, isn't it? Really.
If that was the only prediction in music, then it would be we're conspiracy theorists. But there's so many things that are coming out, and Russian Vid's channel is great for that, obviously. But yeah.
What do you think of this?
Yeah, it's the song
this
about
image that I've got
Town
here.
where he talks about lockdown. Sorry.
Yeah, there is a couple of figures wrong on this, I will say, and there's no such person as our ball. That's supposed to be as in our ball.
No, the radius. I think it's for the half the radius.
Oh no. That is definitely our ball, as in 92 to 93 million miles. That's how far it is away. This is all the measurements for 1 AU across the years.
That's pathetic.
So,
but this is the whole thing about pushing it out. It didn't work, so push it out. Didn't work, and then you push it out to a certain degree, and it all works. And that's just it's just the law of it. And then you find out, obviously, that your physics that you've designed based on that don't then work in the galaxies. And yeah, that's the weird thing. 1 AU.
You can get different. I believe this. Correct me. Maybe Gleem would be the one to ask about this. But I think if you knew all of the times it took for the lights in the sky, right? Like you had all the data. You could make up different distances and speeds, because distance and speed you can change. You just make it further away, therefore it's going faster. You can bring it closer to make it go slower. So you can get an entirely different solar system model with entirely different numbers that works exactly the same. You just push something out to slow it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's been done. What I will say is it's a lot easier than you would have thought, and I was under that exact same understanding you are there. I would have thought, yeah, but you could just translate it basically onto a flat Earth. Steve Torrance has done exactly that, but and this is what I was shocked about. He has managed to match up 6 different star trails, complete star trails that are real world, taken in the real world, and he's matched them up by putting the stars all at 4,000 miles. All of them. If you look up Steve Torrance Flat Earth Star Trails, it's a 3-part series with Dr. Zach, but he shows you the model and he shows you what he had to do in order to get it working, and the actual data he's using is NASA's JPL Horizons data. So all the angles to the suns are all correct, and he's actually done, I think him and Dr. Zach done a 300 data point thing for Polaris, angles to Polaris and the sun. And he mapped it out, and he's actually created their own map, which hasn't got the skews of Australia and stuff.
Angles to Polaris, that's Sean Hawkins' only term that he's able to talk about. So.
It's because I damaged him on that. Seriously, he's so damaged by it. He lied, basically, and he basically said, yeah, I've debunked your maths. This was 2 years ago. He's done a video on it and whatnot. And then little does he know, the maths is just literally a transform of a triangle. That's all it is, and it's just
that's why you can change the values.
Yeah, and it turns out to be exactly the same figures every 69 miles. If you put it on a flat surface, anything can be projected onto everything. I mean, this is cartography.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and they say no, that can't work, and you're like, it just did. But the funniest thing is, he goes, I debunked your trigonometry ages ago, and I goes, really? What does tan mean? And he goes, oh, I know what trigonometry is, but I don't know how to do any of it. But I definitely debunked your trigonometry. I was like, what the hell? It's true.
How can the Earth not be flat when the guy comes by here every day and asks right the hand for $100? That's a flat Earth proof. How else? What other shape could it be? Because no one else would do that. That's crazy, dude. Like, that's not normal behavior at all.
I should start a GoFundMe for this short.
Yeah, we can pay him.
If I get $100.
Yeah, there's a video on Trolls versus Trolls. His apartment is like literally like disgusting, dude. I would pay $5 to help him clean his apartment. That because we don't want to see him live like that. It's not good.
Cleanliness is next to godliness. You know, like
right.
I spend a big part of my day. Because you got to maintain. You know, if you don't clean, which is like maintain the stuff you have, it starts to go into disarray.
How can you be a good ball earth troll when your apartment is all messy? It's not. It won't allow you to focus. You know. So yeah, we'll do that. Squawk.
Look at Craig. He put a big green screen in front of his mess. He's smart. You know. just hide it.
Who goes on there anymore, man? I don't even think people, they just sit there and just read super chats and just talk about nothing now. Like, no one even wants to go talk to those fruitcakes.
Yeah,
Ranty destroyed him, and I just came in and took the leftovers.
Who shows that?
Remember Fight the Flat Earth and Team Skeptic? We just...
oh, yeah.
You know.
When I went on and crushed him, yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of came in and swooped in just to get what was left.
That was a good...
Bro, but they're running scared. Like, they cannot. You know what I mean? Like, they can't... What do you go? They're gonna like Gleem on and have him show math how the Earth can't be a ball. What do you think that's what they're gonna let happen?
Oh, I've done that. I was on the non-sec. I was on the last ever non-sec flat Earth debate.
That's what.
With Schrodinger. No, this is the funniest thing. I would love to share this with you. This is Fight the Flat Earth and Schrodinger's cat and Godless Engineer. All literally. I'm explaining the history of relativity, where basically Lorenz's transforms were put into relativity, the length contraction, time dilation. And I literally said that length contraction and time dilation is equivalent to space-time. The mathematics both derive, or both resolve, should I say, to exactly the same numbers, because they both have the same transforms in there. And literally, they all laughed at me. Literally laughed at me, and I was like, okay then, so we're not really that serious about science in here then. But seriously, I've had Barney say to me, Barney Tearspell, he said he was watching that stream and he couldn't believe them all laughing at me, not knowing that I'm absolutely spot on. And if I can just show you the actual clip, it is hilarious. Watch Fight the Flat Earth's face. It is just immense. I swear to God.
Craig McNeil, by the way, CM33.
He's actually trained in the Navy from where I'm from. I'm from a Navy town down south. And he's actually literally... I posted up a video on Nathan Oakley's. And it was hiding the bottom of car tyres when you get close to the floor. You know, the angle of attack, so to say, that he called it. And immediately Craig recognised my road. So he goes, you're in that skank pit down there, aren't you, where I got Navy trained.
What the hell?
Yeah, so either way...
He can detect the road from a picture, but he believes all this NASA fakery? What the hell, dude?
That's it.
That's sick.
I doubt they're going to strike you on this.
That's what brainwashing does to you.
Right.
I'm not transmitting sound. Oh, there is... Oh, it was before then.
What was the experiment that Fight the Flat Earth said he'd actually done and performed?
Well, this was that was the there is his face. There we go. Just so Einstein believed space-time is the same mathematics as ether. There, I've just said it. Look at his face. He's so disappointed that he didn't know mainstream science. I love his face. And then
he looks a bit red too.
Yeah, Schrodinger's cat comes in. He says to Godless Engineer, "Oh my God, thank you, Godless Engineer, for he'd done a road trip. Look, he's just about to drink it there. Done a road trip down to his to get some porcine for this very debate, because he knew he was going to get drunk, and he did. He got drunk and embarrassed himself. Basically, I bring up Paul Dirac. This is the most hilarious thing. Paul Dirac here, and I start saying, look, Paul Dirac proved the ether through quantum electrodynamics, and Schrodinger's cat basically said, who the hell is Paul Dirac? Look, yeah, so someone I haven't heard of. How do we get this so far from flat Earth? Obviously talking about ether and the MMX experiment, but someone I haven't heard of. Paul Dirac won the Nobel Prize with Erwin Schrödinger when he resolved the actual Schrödinger equation. So for a guy called Schrodinger's cat to not know that Paul
He didn't
Dirac
even know.
was the one that resolved Schrodinger's equation about the cat, basically, and
Nice.
he won it with him.
Is that
It was-
Dunning-Kruger for you or what?
That is proper trying to be smarter than what you are. And how I really, I mean, you know me, all of you lot, but I really get your pain when you've got 3 or 4 globe earthers telling you you're wrong, but you know you're right. And there's nothing that anyone will say. No one person can take on 3 people all telling you you're wrong. And it's amazing. It's fascinating to me.
Schrodinger's cat. What kind of a name is that, dude?
What
That's crazy.
a slap you give him there.
It's just amazing. But Barney was my best backup there. He actually said it 2 years later. He goes, "Oh, yeah, I was watching Gleem, right?" And he's actually telling off globe earthers. He's saying, "Look, you need to ease up off Gleem, because quite a lot of what he says is actually proper mainstream science." And he does his research. And he goes, he's a lot better than the likes of Spurs, who will just come in here with a random video and he'll at least spark off some conversation about science. He says, "I've seen him on this show being laughed at for being 100% correct. And everyone in the side chat as well just blow up, like, whenever I get in any video. And they're just going, 'You're an idiot. What the hell? You don't know nothing about science.' And all of them are just denying mainstream. It's hilarious.
The louder they get, the closer you are to the truth. So take it as a compliment. Like, it's a good thing.
Exactly.
But,
what do you think about this?
Absolutely.
This image on screen. I haven't seen this one before. I think you put this one in, Joci, if you're still there. But it looks to me like the clouds are absolutely the same. It's right. If these are real satellite images of Australia from space, then why are the clouds exactly the same day and night? I mean, the clouds are identical.
They didn't pay the sun
Brenda
bill.
would say they're not.
They didn't pay the sun bill. Sun bill went on emergency, so they had to hit the emergency,
Sun
and it all come back on it.
That's crazy, dude.
Wow.
You see a lot of that, though. You see a lot of that because they use stock clouds, and obviously Robert Simmons says it and whatnot. He uses stock clouds.
Yeah, they admit they do it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Photoshop. It has to be.
But it has to be.
Do we need few facts also inside or just memes?
Just memes, I think, for tonight. You know, we can get.
I don't think we've got any faxes nowadays.
Earth's too big to see the curve. Ships go over the curve.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I love how they backpedaled away from that so quickly in the last few months. Funny.
Funny.
These are
Whispers
hilarious.
Black Swan. Shout out to the Black Swan.
Yeah. Rumpus made a real ass of himself on Nathan's the other day, talking about the geometric horizon and how you don't see it and all this, and Nathan gets to the end and says, "So we don't see it," and he goes, "Oh, but you do." Like, you just spent an hour telling us how you don't see it.
We do.
we do.
It's just everything is comedy at this point with Rumpus and all these characters, dude. Sick. It's like you put a quarter in and they just repeat the same thing. It's like a slot, you know.
Yeah, pull the string.
Yeah, it's the same.
So when you got half a dozen different sayings and that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So somebody's recreated an image of Earth from the moon, and they've done it by basically just going down to the beach.
But hang on, that picture can't even be from the moon because the moon is supposed to be facing us from the same way all the time, and where they landed on the moon was like in the middle of the side that we look at. So on the moon you would have had to look straight up to see the Earth, not out onto the horizon.
I think this Earthrise was the shuttle going around it, as in it's flying around the orbiting around it, waiting for the astronauts.
Not from standing on the actual ground.
No, they were waiting for the astronauts to climb up that ladder because the shuttle, the Disney magic of the Apollo 17, that failed. They didn't get enough artists in. It's easy to recreate a lot of these. I love this one. the actual, you cannot see anything at the end there, and it's like,
yeah, exactly, perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same reason we can't see the end of this tunnel. Yeah,
if the Earth is flat, we could see China. Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Classic, dude. Classic.
They need to think about looking out in a straight line as looking more into a triangle. Like you're looking into the point of a triangle off into the distance, because the ground raises up, the sky lowers down. So you're not looking in two parallel lines, you're looking into the point of a triangle. And the sky just goes on further, so the ground raises up to that middle point, but then the sky goes over, so the things behind get blocked from the bottom up. It's really simple. I don't understand
bottom
why
up
people
is
don't
proven
get
on a
that.
flat Earth. We can say that confidently.
Oh, yeah.
Bottom up is proven on a flat Earth for sure. But dude, even if the Earth becomes a ball, I would just feel embarrassed because I wouldn't be able to defend it. Like that's what scares me about the defense that we're getting from the ball Earthers, is that it almost prevents me from ever being a ball Earther, even if it actually is, because the defense of it is so bad, from a technical perspective. So if it ends up being proven, let's say, which obviously I don't think that it will, the ballers should be ashamed because they defended it horribly. So
yeah,
on many
they are
levels.
doing a bad job. They're acting very childish. They're using the same arguments, from 5 years ago that we've given perfectly reasonable explanations for.
Sticks in the ground.
They just
really.
Yeah. Small local sun, and it gives you a different answer, doesn't it? So it's ridiculous that they can't just be adult enough to say, yeah, we can see why you would think it could be this way. I want to believe it's this way, but, they can't even just let us think what we want to think.
Yeah, it's flat for sure. Definitely.
Right, guys, I'm thinking of wrapping up. It's getting late here, so do you want any final thoughts before we go?
Yeah, final thought for me, I'll say that thank you, Ranty, salute, thank you for everyone, and thank you, B-Ball, for all the money that you're paying, and thank you for all the videos that you're doing, because there's a lot of people going to my music and earning me money, mate. So keep on doing it. You're a good marketing team. All publicity is good publicity, as they say. Salute to you. I'm probably earning more money than you are off of all of this exposing Gleem's lies. Carry on. Oneness.
Cheers, Gleem. Joci?
Well, thank you for the platform and good work you're doing. We are having fun tonight, yeah.
Yeah, that was the plan, to have a bit of fun.
And also another day when the Globers need to run and hide. So it's definitely we are on the stronger side now when we understand their play. Thank you to the panelists and have a great time. See you next time.
See you next time, Joci. Man to God.
Ranty, this was great, man. I would say the highlight was probably that Skype, clip that you got from B-Ball. That's gold. That's more precious than anything that we've acquired. But thanks for having me, man. Have a good night. Peace.
Peace. No worries. Right the hand.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with TMoG. That's a great sound clip, and we're putting the pressure on them. Like, look at how they got to come on here. That's that's putting the pressure. Like, I think that was great. That how we start doing these mem stuff and start highlighting the ridiculousness of the ball, and they're like, gotta take the bait and start defending the bullshit. So we're clearly having an effect. Awesome. And sorry for booting and muting Gem Panda.
No worries. Don't do it again.
My bad. Yeah, I won't. Sorry.
Payge. Final thoughts.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. It's great when these guys come on and we can actually just have a talk about things without being too ridiculous. But I would like it if one of the ballers, anyone, I don't care who it is, explain to me that picture of the moon. Why there's only half a moon there when it's supposed to be a solid object. That would be awesome. So next stream, if one of them could come on and explain that, I'd be much obliged.
Much obliged. So is that a challenge, Payge?
Yep.
Okie dokie. Right, okay, so thank you to Cleary as well, who also joined the show. If you haven't already subscribed to him, I did put a link in the description before, so not in the description, in the chat, so you can find him through that. We also had Gem Panda join for a time. We also had George Netanuk, who joined for a time. Both of them fought the corner for the globe for a while. Sadly, they had to leave, but we'll have them back another time, I am sure. Anyway, I think that'll do for this evening, guys. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Hope you all had a good laugh, and I hope you picked a few memes out to share around wherever you can post them. All right, thanks, guys, and I'll see you all in the next one.